Are we live? Hello, 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 hello. It is currently 5:11 in the morning. GGG live starts in about 20 minutes. And, here we are. Here we are. How's everybody going right now? I guess I'll go post on the Discord, letting them know we're live. Good morning, morning. I don't know if it's good yet. We'll find out. We'll find out when GGG live starts. If it's not, I'm gonna fucking off myself. We're like fucking a minute into this, and I don't really want to be here. How's everybody doing? How's everybody doing? I don't even know who's gonna show up at this time, considering like how different of a time it is right now. So you know, it is what it is. I'll let things go for just a moment for people to stream in if they feel like doing so. If not, it's gonna be just me and GGG live. Either way, I wanted to watch it because for anyone who may not be a PoE fan, let me just show you why I'm here. So let's see, where is it? Here is the bad wiki, but it's good enough for what we're doing. So normally with PoE, there would be a new league every 4 months, every 3 months, depending how they feel, but 3 or 4 months. This is where we are right now. This is when the last league was. 2024 July. It's now 2025 June. It's been 11 fucking months of the same goddamn league. Nice jacket, thank you. It's more of like a poncho, but like it goes like really far down. It's very comfy. It's very warm. 11 fucking months of Settlers of Calgar. I don't even have the game installed right now. That's how fucking sick of this league I was. So I am very excited and very hopeful and very fucking worried that about what this new league announcement's gonna be. So yeah. I hope and pray we're in for luck. I hope and fucking pray that this is not bad. Because look, PoE is a free-to-play game, and being a free-to-play game, you can't buy power, but you can buy cosmetics. And I have spent a bit of money on cosmetics in PoE. I liked the game. I liked the game. So I was willing to, like, you know, give it a bit of support as we go. I bought stash tabs and things like that. So I want the new league to be good. I really do. And it's supposed to be coming out in about 2 weeks from now. So, you know, oh my god, I'm catching you live. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome to Brody is going to fucking scream about PoE. Whether it's good or bad, we'll find out in about 15 minutes. I like that I have that button there where I can just hide stuff now. Let's open up the okay, you know, watch the teaser trailer first, and then we'll go open up the Twitch, waiting for that to happen. So here is what we have so far. Power over Ethernet? No, just regular. Wait, power over PoE, Path of Exile, a video game. Not that. I have used power over Ethernet before. Hey, you were early today. 5:15 a.m. right now. Yes.
These worlds are endless.
Early is one way to put it.
And yet, they are a prison. Help me find the originator.
Please! Please be good! I can only dream, I can only hope. The forum here is absolutely cooked. 11 months. Log in. Hell yeah, boys. We're so back. Gorf. We're so back. Nice. Where's the link to their Twitch? Here we go. We'll leave that just chilling. They have ads running on their Twitch. 50,000 fucking viewers. Wait, is this league's either gonna be dead or their biggest league ever? Just so we're aware, right? And that's just on like the official thing. Let me just show you something. Path of Exile. Excited about any E3 events, waiting for some games. I will be back at around the same time tomorrow for Summer Games Fest. So I'm Silk Song Kingdom Hearts 4. That's what I'm hoping for. I know it's cope. I know it's cope, but there's like an exhibit for Silk Song happening later in the year, so it's got to be coming out soon, right? Surely. Okay, maybe not the biggest league ever, but biggest league in a long fucking while. So this is the player count right now. This is the people watching the stream. And that's just on... Oh, and it's going up. That's just on the channel. That's not even counting all of the channels that are, like, recasting it like this. So let's go past year. Like, look at this. Okay, past year, what was that? That's... Oh, no. Okay, so their biggest league ever... Is that... Yeah, their biggest league ever was Settlers of Calgary. Or is that... Yeah. So, this league that went on for 11 fucking months. This was their... Or is that... Yeah. That is their biggest league ever. And then this spike here is when they did... the short... What do you call it? The short little event thing. What is it called? Frisia? But it wasn't like a proper league. It was just like a reset event. And it brought some people back to the game. Legacy of Frisia. That's it. Yeah. This was where they decided to introduce a bunch of like meme classes. And like redo the entire Atlas endgame tree. And just do a bunch of like weird shit. Wasn't there like, what was... Yeah, like, you could be a fucking harbinger or a gambler, like, a bunch of just dumb shit. So that brought people back to the game. That brought 90k back. This is just on Steam, which is where most of the people play the game. But there's no way we're hitting Settlers Peak. Surely not. Surely not. Hello, Everinyan. Oh, speaking of Everinyan, I have set up some secrets. Also, I will be disabling TTS during GGG Live just because I don't want to deal with that during that. Just so you're aware. Viewer awards. Let's see. I will turn them back on when we get to the next part, but yeah, for now, the TTS will be disabled. I'm also going to disable full Aussie mode just for that, and yeah, okay, that should be fine. I will turn them back on afterwards, but yeah, during the live, we'll keep it off. Look at this fucking Twitch chat. Like, everybody here, Pee-wee Ruthless equals Pee-wee 2. It's just like a mix of people that are coping and a mix of people that are hoping. That is what we have going on right now. What are you hoping for with Kingdom Hearts 4? Things you'd like to see? Honestly, I want to see that it's not fucking vaporware. I want to see that it exists. Like, we've seen screenshots of it, but, like, I honestly, at this point, I would take fucking anything. Also, you know what annoys me with this? They don't have a 1080p option. They have 2160p and 720. I guess we could watch that. Should be fine. KH4 is as real as Half-Life 3. No, it's a bit more real than that. Hey, KH4 screenshots. Oh, like a week or so ago, there were screenshots, right? We had this, right? The game's not entirely the Kingdom Hearts 4 is not entirely fake, but this is all the news we've seen in about 3 years. We have the cancellation of another game, and then this set of screenshots. And Hollow Knight has a Hollow Knight's having an exhibit in Melbourne in, I think, September. So surely they release the game before then, right? Like, there's no way you do an art exhibit without releasing the game. Like, the art exhibit is confirmed. Like, that's actually happening. So surely you don't do an art exhibit for an unreleased game. That would be the biggest fucking troll I've ever seen. God. So we will be up. I think I want to say Summer Games Fest starts at 6:30 a.m. my time. So I'll probably be starting the stream around probably like an hour from now tomorrow. Morning, how's it going? It is 5:22 a.m. currently. There is 7 minutes and 38 seconds until we find out if I'm gonna fuck it off myself. There is 63,000 people watching the stream. This is fucking 20x the number of people playing the game right now. Wait, no, hold up. How many people are playing PoE 2? That's a better question. PoE 2. Charts. There is... Oh, that's fucking hilarious. Okay. Hold up, here we go. That's the real number we wanted to see. Fucking PoE 2 over here. 22,000, 70% fucking, like, what do you call, positive review. 22,000 people in the game right now. More people waiting for PoE 1 content than playing the new fucking game. Look at this fucking chart, man. Oh. PoE 2 is in such a rough fucking state. Also, happy Eid? Oh, is that now? I did not know that. Yeah, happy Eid for the people who do that. Can you explain to me what like you do? Like what is the tradition there? I do wonder, like, what they're gonna hit with, like, viewer cap. Eat, I guess. Fair enough. I can get down with that. Wait, do I have my Prime? I wonder. I'm not gonna give it to a corpo. No, wait. It comes out. I have my Prime back tomorrow. Before I got here, I was watching Primo Gem react to PewDiePie's Raspberry Pi camera. I've still not watched that video, have I? Also, I'm happy someone else calls him Primo Gem. I'm glad we're on the same wavelength here. As I've said before, he needs to make a gaming channel where he only plays Genshin and calls himself Primo Gem. Five minutes, boys! 5 fucking minutes! Good time zone? Man, it's fucking 5:24 in the morning. It's not a good time zone. He has a wife and not a Genshin player. He's also an Arch user, though, so... you know... sometimes things go badly. I'm just gonna go to the toilet before the stream starts. So, I'll be back in just a moment. Enjoy watching the countdown, and enjoy these guys over here just fucking pogging out, waiting for things to happen. Arch users don't have wives, except Primogen. There's one. Oh. Also PewDiePie. He has a wife as well. I only have one hope. I have one fucking hope for this league. So, there were early... I don't know how many of you are PoE players and how many of you are just here to see me pog out. Exile... Settlers going core. Let's see. Where's the thing? I saw it yesterday. Let me just re-find it. Diablo player that's PoE curious. Fair enough. Fair enough. Understandable. Where is it? There was a Reddit post I saw yesterday. Yeah, this one. So, in the like early video that came out yesterday, people saw this button on the map. Now, this is the button to take you to King's March, the current like area for the current league. And I do not want this button here. I do not want this button here because basically what the current league is like a daily league. So you play the game, you farm gold, you build a town, the town costs money to run, and then you can use the money to like send out shipments and things like that. So basically, if you're not playing the game enough to have enough gold 24/7, it feels like you're losing something. So it's just like, I don't want to deal with a game that has fucking dailies. So this button terrifies me. I really hope if this area is still here, they do not, I repeat, do not make it involve dailies. Because if they do, the game's fucking dead. And I will never play it again. But my hope is they just bring it back because, like, just for like one or two things. There's an NPC there that lets you trade currency with gold instead of having to like do PoE. Let me just show you PoE currency. Because it is like a meme that people kind of know about. So the PoE currency system, all of these items that you're seeing, Armorer's Scrap, Blacksmith's Whetstone, Blessed Orb, everything here is referred to in PoE as currency. Every single thing here is referred to as currency. So, with the current league, you are able to buy and sell this stuff using gold, which made getting the currency easier. So you use currency to get currency, and then you buy items with the actual currency, because you can't buy items with gold. PoE is a game more... like, the currency system is based around, like... what's the word? Bartering. Yeah, bartering as opposed to like, this is the gold value. Okay, fucking 5 seconds, boys. 100k watches on the stream. Okay, this is gonna be... Oh.
Grinding Gear Games.
Hi, Jonathan.
Today we're here to showcase a new expansion for PoE 1. It's certainly been too long since we had one of these.
Really?
We had some struggles as a studio for a little while there. We've got our
How's
shit
the audio,
together,
by the way?
and we're back in action now. Path of Exile Secrets of the Atlas is coming out 1 week from now on the 13th of June. And we're committing right now to a 4-month cycle for both PoE 1 and 2.
I don't believe that.
That means the next PoE 2 League will be in August, and the next PoE 1 League after that will be in October.
I'll believe it when I see it.
Twitch drops are enabled on today's live stream, so you'll be able to claim your Skull of Undeath helmet skin by following the instructions below. This Skull of Undeath will track and show your total number of kills, deaths, and your KDR. Just because Path of Exile isn't a first-person shooter doesn't mean this isn't important. Proudly or shamefully, link it to your friends or in global chat to show it off.
I don't really care about the Twitch drop, but I'll take it.
And with that, let's get to why you're here. Secrets of the Atlas.
You can search 1,000 worlds and still never truly discover who you are.
Okay.
Trust me. I should know.
Is this the Diablo? Is this the Diablo like? Yes.
But now,
yes.
I seek something more
Did he get
tangible.
Gamage? Is this Expedition 33? Okay, we've got
Someone I
normal
care
PoE
for.
stuff, sure.
Trapped
Give
within the
me something
Atlas.
exciting.
Reliving memories. Made real.
What have you done?
Made grotesque. Made foul.
Okay.
These manifestations must be destroyed. Their threads.
I hear
must be
PoE's better than
eradicated.
Diablo. It is, yes.
I must have answers.
Very
We
much
must
so.
find the originator. We must save my sister.
Have they been playing a lot of... What is up with the flowers? Have they just been playing a lot of Expedition 33 recently? New endgame mechanics? Okay, always have with... New pinnacle bot. Ooh! Okay. Thank fuck!
Come, giant.
No shot, no shot runes are going core. Wait, no way runes are fucking going core.
Target.
Target inside.
Job's done.
Oh my god. Okay, what's the chat saying over here? What the fuck? What? Take my...
Promised to you here.
123 over here. Fucking hell.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, game
Hi,
director
Mark.
on Path of Exile. As you just saw from the trailer, there's a lot to show you. Today, we will take you on a deep dive into the new Path of Exile
I'm so worried about
Secrets
this.
of the Atlas
So
in-game
fucking
update.
worried.
Then, we'll explore the new Challenge League, the Mercenaries of Trathus, packs, and
Okay.
ending with a live
We'll see if I want to
Q&A
spend
session
money by the
where
end.
GGG will ask Jonathan and I your questions from Twitch chat. In Path of Exile Secrets of the Atlas, strange rifts have begun to appear across the Atlas.
Okay.
Zana has returned and appears to be trapped within. Partway through the endgame, you will meet Egan, an intelligent man of mysterious heritage. These tears in reality he has discovered are actually threads of memory, distorted
Right.
and made real by the Atlas.
Oh,
Egan
yeah,
is able to
they're all
create a link
cosmetic.
to these memory threads and open portals to them.
Except for
Working
bank
with Egan,
storage.
you must step through and find Zana, or whatever remains of her.
Like, you can buy more bank space, but that's the only thing that, like, you can
Okay,
actually
so
give
that's
an
the
advantage
story
from.
background. But how does this expansion actually work?
Right.
In the Secrets
That's
of the
important.
Atlas,
I like
the
gameplay.
pursuit of Zana with Egon is a new storyline that is
Okay.
introduced in high-tier maps. Upon meeting Egon and discovering the tier, he will then transfer it to your map device and reveal this on your atlas.
So it's not being introduced
A
in
thread of
campaign. Okay,
memories.
that's different.
In order to now access each map on the thread,
Hmm.
you simply need to talk to Egan when you're ready, and he'll open the areas in sequence. These areas can be fully influenced by your atlas tree, scarabs,
Oh, it's
fragments,
a fucking
and everything of the
juicer
sort.
league. Oh god.
As you work
Okay,
your way along
let's
the thread, you will
go.
discover that these maps have manifested dangerous threats, influenced by the memories of Zana herself.
No crafting bullshit.
Monsters here are
Just
imbued with memory
juice.
petals. Defeat them to absorb this power.
Okay, we might
which
be
can
cooking.
Unleashed as a special ability during combat.
Uh-huh.
Different maps on the thread have different abilities, and these abilities appear on an additional
It
mini skill
just
bar
lots
next
of
to your
money,
regular
lots of
skills.
currency.
For example, Memory of Disbelief will cause all affected monsters to stop dropping equipment items, meaning they can now only drop more valuable items, like currency and maps.
Yeah, like there's no
Memory of Panic
crafting
will make
mechanic.
all
There's crafting in the
affected
game, but like there's not the
monsters
core
revive
focus of this
immediately after
league.
death, which means you can get twice as much experience and drops from them. And Memory of Impatience will cause all surrounding enemies to give you their souls, temporarily increasing your power. As you progress further into the thread of memories, the maps can have more than one memory.
Uh-huh.
Thus, you can have
Oh,
more than
no.
one powerful ability.
Right.
As you gather memory petals, you can use these powers together. Each skill costs its own amount of memory petals. So using the examples above, you can first use Memory of Impatience to become way more powerful, then use Memory of Panic to prepare them to revive when they are slain, then use Memory of Disbelief to cause them to drop better, more valuable items.
Oh yeah,
Finally,
let's
obliterate
go.
them all. The Memory of Panic will kick in, causing them to revive.
Just
and then
drops.
wipe them out again, allowing
Oh.
you to get all the experience and enhanced drops twice.
It's just affliction
There are
again.
many combinations of these powers, so you'll have to carefully consider how they best work together. That's not the only extra layer of content juicing these maps offer. As you defeat the boss of each
Just
map
straight
along
up
the thread,
says it.
you are presented with an altar.
Oh?
This
Oh?
altar will apply a modifier to all following maps in the thread.
Does it sound like
And
Infinite
these
Money
will
Glitch?
stack
Yes,
as you
that
go.
is the mechanic,
So the deeper
basically.
you delve into a memory, the more mods you will have. This, combined with the special abilities, will allow for some of the most juice maps ever run in Path of Exile. Let's take a look at some of
Okay.
the altar mods.
We are
You are
cooking.
always presented with two choices and must pick one. This mod, for example, will cause some rare monsters to be possessed by tormented spirits. Where this mod makes Kerak modifiers free to craft.
Okay.
Both of these apply to all subsequent maps in the thread. The final map in each thread is a true challenge, with all the altar mods applying to it and guarded by a powerful boss.
Okay.
Each of these
is
bosses
gonna be
are
a problem.
familiar, but dreamlike, drawn from Zana's memories and warped by the Atlas into something very different and terrifying.
I see why they've introduced the
In this
rollback
map,
code
you
now.
will fight the pinnacle boss, Cirrus. Fueled by Zana's affectionate memories of him, his enhanced abilities can prove to be a unique
Oh,
challenge.
we need a harder version of Cirrus for
If you
sure.
manage to
Yep.
defeat
Okay.
Cirrus, or one of the other warped memory bosses, they will drop a
Please
map
tell me there's not a
fragment,
warped
which
Maven.
Egan can use to delve deeper into the memory tears. With these, you can access a set of 3 new pinnacle bosses. In this arena, the moment of reverence.
It's because the
Zana
games
is
are completely
reliving a
different.
memory
That's
of her
why.
father, Valdo, giving a passionate speech in Oriath. The Atlas distorts this memory of her father as a powerful, influential man and manifests those emotions into a twisted nightmare, the incarnation of dread.
Wait, those are chaos. Oh god, they're chaos orbs, aren't they? They're purple.
Another memory created is the incarnation of neglect and the incarnation of fear. Good luck, exiles.
Yeah, PoE 2 is like a very different game. It's a lot slower.
Of course,
There's
if you
dodge
are
rolls,
brave
things like
and
that.
strong enough to defeat them, each
It
of
does
these
mean more
new
to maintain.
pinnacle bosses have new unique items befitting them.
And that's why we didn't have a fucking league
If you
for
slay
11
the
months.
Incarnation of fear, you might be lucky enough to find the Star Caller unique abyssal axe. We're gonna show this one because it's straight up badass.
Random element?
The Starcaller axe is a weapon that can harness the power of the stars themselves to deal immense
Welcome to
damage.
PoE.
What makes it shine, however, is that on melee crit, it casts Starfall, a new skill. With the right build, you can carpet entire areas and wipe out screens of enemies as
melee
you
rain
rain down the
arrows.
elements upon them. Another item you may find, and this one is my favorite, is the Wine of the Prophet unique flask. It consumes a lot of charges,
Oh, random
but every
divination
time you use
buff?
it, you draw a random divination card. This
What?
card appears above you and correlates to a powerful buff. If you draw the Escape card, you'll gain increased movement speed. Or
Ah.
maybe you'll draw the Doctor, which will cause you to gain the modifiers of slain rares you kill. Effectively, you can think of this unique as being many other uniques all in one. There are
Aha.
many cards to draw, each with varying degrees of power to grant. Okay, but let's get back to the Atlas.
Right.
After defeating all 3 new pinnacle bosses, you'll be able to find new memory-influenced Tier 16 maps. These maps come with the previously mentioned special abilities and monsters infused with memory pedals. that
that's
can
the plan.
also
They-
roll the
th-
same
th- that's what they
modifiers
think they'll make
typically
more
found
money
on Tier
doing that.
17 maps, making them far
Assuming
more rewarding.
both games are run well.
With all these new memory maps comes a new item mechanic. Items in these maps can drop with
Yeah, Pinnacle Boss
memory
just means
strands,
endgame boss.
and will have a random amount up to 100. This does a few things.
Hmm.
When you identify the item, it will increase the tiers of modifiers your item has.
Okay.
Generally speaking, the more memory strands, the better the item will be. On top of this, whenever you're crafting that item using currency orbs to replace or add modifiers, such as alterations, chaos, and so forth, it will consume some memory strands to make the crafted mods more powerful.
Oh!
The new pinnacle bosses also drop new crafting currencies, which can be used
do I
to
need to spare life?
manipulate
Yes.
the amount of memory strands on an item. The Orb of Remembrance will let you add memory strands to any normal equipment. So if you have your perfect base to craft on, and it doesn't already have memory strands, you can add some before crafting it.
Is this just free power gain?
Orb of Unraveling will consume all remaining memory strands on an item to
It's
randomly
just
upgrade
free
its mod
extra
keys.
power.
This orb's effectiveness is based on the number of memory strands it consumes.
Uh-huh.
The Orb of Intention can be used on memory influence maps to reduce item drops, but improve the chance to find items with memory strands.
Right, okay. These base items are going to be very
In the process of
expensive.
adding these new currency items, we realized something was missing. The Shaper
Balance?
and the Elder did not have their own Exalted Orbs. This has now been rectified. Both bosses now have Exalted Orbs, which can add their influence to an item.
Lovely.
Zana was there from the beginning, when the Shaper Pinnacle fight was first added. She helped defeat the Elder, and she was a critical part of the Conqueror's storyline. Now, with all 6 influence types having their own Exalted Orbs,
No,
the
like,
cycle is complete.
Endgame PoE is
It's
going to be
almost
ridiculous
as if we
this
could
league.
now
People are
do
going to have
some
so
sort of
much
new,
power.
Epic, unique item to interact with them. In other news,
It's gonna bring up the
there
base
of
level
course
or
has
raise
to
the
be
top end
Atlas
so
Asset
much.
Tree support for this new in-game content. Let's take a look at a few things we're adding. The Grasp the Past notable passive skill increases the chance for the amount of memory strands and
Current
items
league
dropped in
mechanics
your
on the
memory influence
tree.
maps
Oh
to be lucky.
no.
This means it will roll the number of memory strands twice, keeping the highest value. By allocating traumatic experience, remembered kindness, or educated upbringing, you'll decrease the chance of finding memory threads that lead to specific bosses. Meaning you'll have better chances at finding the memory threads you would like to run.
So if you want to farm a specific boss,
This
right,
is
sure, fair enough.
especially useful if you want to target farm a specific boss because of
yeah,
its
that's what I
unique
said.
item drops. In sum, the secrets of the Atlas will have you questioning what is real as you attempt to free Zana from warped memories scattered throughout the Atlas. You'll fight new Guardian and Pinnacle bosses tormenting her, find crazy new Pinnacle uniques, combine and unleash memory petal empowered
Well,
skills.
that's the nice thing
juice
about a
maps to
league-based
new heights,
system.
and
You can
craft
have
powerful
4
new
months where
items.
there's just insane power creep.
While
And
we
then
were
it doesn't
showing
even
all the
matter.
Juicy rewards from the new in-game system.
Gold?
You might have noticed that a lot of gold was dropping.
Gold?
Let's talk about that. Gold was introduced during the Settlers of Kalgur expansion. It funded the development
League.
and operations of King's March, along with various new features such as the currency exchange,
Yep, lovely. Good
the
system.
black market,
Please tell me it's all back. These are great systems.
passive respec system with Faustus.
Yes? Okay.
Those features offered by Faustus will be here to stay,
Okay.
along with some of the other services King's March has to offer. We'll get more into that later.
Please
but
don't.
Don't worry.
I know.
King's March
Don't
has
show me
already been
crops.
completed.
No,
There will
there better not be
no more
crops.
town building.
Fishing
Like
boats.
before,
Please
gold
no
will be used
boats.
for town services, but we're also adding a new way to use it in the upcoming league. It's time to talk about Mercenaries of Trathus.
Oh.
In this league, you will meet veterans who have traveled all the way from the lawless cities of Trathus.
Okay.
They're ready to offer their sinister services, but not
Yo.
for free. You will encounter these mercenaries as you journey through
I'd still have both
one
those.
in each area.
I should disable
They
one
have
of
their own
those.
personalities and come with different builds.
We have new-
skills, and
We have
items
new
already equipped.
we have new stream alerts
After
now.
meeting them, as per the Trathan code, they will challenge you to a duel, a test of strength and conviction. Before beginning the duel, you will be offered an overview of the mercenary you've encountered.
Oh.
Here, you can see the gear they have equipped,
Yakuza bread.
the
Yes,
skills they
Yakuza
employ,
bread.
and any support effects augmenting those skills. You must now make a choice. You can hire their services, take one of their items, or exile them. If you choose to hire them, for a gold cost,
Oh.
they will accompany you as a skilled combatant to assist you in fighting monsters throughout Rayclast.
Okay.
Once you've decided, you can begin the duel. This is a great opportunity to test them, as you don't want to be out of pocket with a useless rookie. However, they're testing you too. They
So it's
also don't want to
basically-
be working for an amateur. So,
It's
what items
basically
might they be
the
using?
invasion. It's basically
Generally
Dark Souls
speaking,
Invasion
mercenary
League.
gear is
What
more
is
powerful
this?
than what you'd normally find from defeating monsters, as they've been crafting their items too. They can also come equipped with unique items, those that would make sense for the skills they are using.
Right.
There are even some new unique items that can only be obtained from defeating them. One such unique is Scornflux. These boots combine agility with the mastery of the arcane, While equipped, increases to cast speed from Arcane Surge also apply to movement speed, which is worth noting is now 20% inherently from Arcane Surge, up from 10. They also grant Arcane Surge when you use a movement skill. This allows for some speedy spellcasters.
Infinite speed.
Sometimes you may meet particularly infamous Trathan mercenaries, bearing the name of their house. These mercenaries descend from the 4 major death trade families.
I'm not sure how long
in
it lasts,
Trathan.
actually.
They are less common, but have far better items. And they are also the sole source of items with new, infamous modifiers, unseen before in Rayclast. Such as
Okay.
these gloves, which convert all of your minions' fire damage to chaos damage. Or this helmet, which causes nearby enemies to take more physical damage as you gain more fortification.
Oh no,
If you're
there's gonna
not
be some
swayed
dumb
by any of
builds.
their equipped gear, however, you can always challenge them for the contents of their pockets. If you lose the duel, don't worry. You don't need to give them an item. You aren't bound to Trathan tradition like they are. However, you are bound to Rayclast tradition, so you'll just die.
Almost at me. Well, not really.
While playing in a party, each player can decide whether or not they want to participate in combat against the mercenary.
Just
Each
fucking
player that opts in,
leave
the
your
mercenary
party
gets
to
more
die.
difficult. But if they're defeated, each player has a 50% chance to get a random reward,
Ooh, that's
which
cool.
is usually currency items.
I don't
from
play
the mercenary's
multiplayer.
pouch. Alternatively, party members that opt out of the fight can spectate and cheer you on. Or they might wish for your demise, so they can pick up that allocated divine waiting off screen.
Dead. Good.
Let's say you won the duel, like their items, and have decided to hire them. What combat skills do they bring to the table? Each mercenary has an archetype. Here, this mercenary is an eruptor, which perfectly couples with my
So it's
slower,
basically-
more aura-focused scion.
You can basically have
This mercenary is
3
highly aggressive
just a party
and will get a
member.
lot of benefit from the auras
Made from
and buffs I
NPCs.
provided. When I'm playing a more aggressive character myself, though, I'll
That's
want
a really cool
mercenary with
idea.
A bit more resilience and utility. I've just run into a striker, who can spawn with Vigilant Strike. And if you're lucky, a very rare golden support that causes the fortify granted by
I
his
sort
Vigilant
of,
Strike to apply to
like,
me as well.
I sort of like mix back and forth depending on how I
He will
feel.
also frequently use
Usually I
Enduring
play something a
Craft,
bit tankier though.
taunting enemies off of me and operating as a tanky frontline while I blitz off damage from the back. Sometimes when you fight a mercenary, you may notice the skills they're using are different from normal. For example, this sniper is using a Trathan version of Siege Ballista. If you're lucky, you will be able to select it as your reward when challenging them. Then defeat them, and they'll drop the Trathan gem as promised.
New skill gems! Let's go!
You can only have 1 mercenary accompanying you at a time, but up to 3 total in your service. The other 2 will wait patiently in town. Having varied options is useful, as there may be situations where you need specific backup, like a difficult boss fight. Any of your mercenaries you have active, or in your reserves, can have their equipment replaced with items of your choosing. They don't level up, so you will want to be looking out for more skilled and more powerful mercenaries as you advance through the campaign and endgame.
It's just everyone's a minion
If your
build this
mercenary
league.
falls in combat, you will need to return to town and spend some gold on healing supplies to get them back on their feet. Then perhaps consider giving them some upgrades,
Look at this
if you
fucking
think
shit.
it's deserved.
The slave.
I just wanted to clarify,
Or a bot league.
mercenaries do
Slave
not
league.
lose their equipment when defeated. If your merc buddy consistently fails you, you can just dismiss them and find a new, more resilient ally.
This is going to be a ridiculous league. So you're gearing yourself and you're gearing everybody's a minion this league.
Earlier,
Or a
I
minion build
mentioned
this
you could
league.
exile mercenaries. If you keep running into a mercenary archetype and you think, man, this guy stinks, the gear is trash and they have no auras, you can then choose to exile them. If you win the duel, they'll be forced to leave with
No
their tail
aura
between their
L,
legs,
no aura,
and you
zero
won't
aura.
encounter that archetype again for a while. Now, alongside these new Trathan arrivals, we shouldn't forget about the recent
I'm so
Calgary
worried
ones
about
too.
this.
As we mentioned earlier, the Settlers update introduced gold-based respecking of passive points.
It did. Great
You
system.
can now do so by talking to a number of NPCs throughout Rayclast.
Good,
Starting
okay.
with Bestel and Lionized Watch.
So I assume it's going to be them, the main person in each
Black
area
market
then.
item gambling, previously just
Yeah,
available
Silk,
in
yeah,
Kingsmarch,
okay.
is now available in each town at the same NPC. This lets you buy randomly generated item bases for gold. Very useful if you're stuck for upgrades or searching for a
Very
specific
nice.
unit.
I do love that system.
The currency exchange will be returning too.
Good,
Starting
good.
from Lionized Watch in Act 6, you'll be able to find Faustus, who can help facilitate these trades. Now, after almost a year of building, Johan is finally satisfied with the
Please.
upgrades made to the town.
I'm so worried
And
here.
now its services can be used to their full effect.
Don't.
Kingsmarch is
Please
going
not.
core, but there will be no more town building. As you start running maps in the endgame, you'll start to find different ore veins, which
Okay.
Kalguran workers can mine for you. The shipping mechanic invites you to send these ores and crops to Karui and Kalguran ports, and they'll return rewards in kind.
Why is
By
shipping
sending shipments, you'll
back?
receive different items. But by sending to Karui ports, you will also receive tattoos, which can be used on your passive tree to change what stats they grant. The Kalguran ports will be sending back rune grafts.
Why did
which
you
is a
do
new passive tree
this?
mechanic that replaces the runesmithing service previously offered by the town. These are similar to tattoos, but instead of replacing stat nodes, they replace a passive tree mastery node. For example,
The
Rune
rune
Graft
stuff's
of the
great.
Bound
Why did you
reduces
bring back
bonuses gained
fucking
from boots,
shipping?
but increases bonuses gained
Why
from
is
gloves.
shipping going core?
Rune Graft
It
of the River
fucking
has a chance to
sucks.
recover your life to full if you reach low life. And the Rune Graft of Time, which has a chance for your cooldown skills to instantly recover from
The
their
steam
cooldown,
cock.
which I will note includes cooldowns on your triggers, just in case you wanted to trigger even more spells. There are many other rune grafts which cover a wide range of different builds and stats.
Cock
Some are more
league.
common and others rarer. You can only use one of a given type at a time, but you can use them on any mastery on your passive tree,
Okay.
which can be particularly useful for off-class investment. Isla has continued to make modifications to the Recombinator. She has developed
Okay,
a new method of
Recombination's back,
recombination that
sure,
you may
that's
recognize
cool.
from Path of Exile 2. For those unfamiliar, this method allows you to decide which modifiers on the two input
L,
items you
L.
want to try and merge together, and it has a success chance you can see. This method can result in the items being destroyed. However, it is a good option to use when trying to create items with fewer mods to use as crafting
Oh,
projects.
this chat is going great.
Given the existing recombinating mechanic was very powerful for top-end crafting, we didn't want to remove it.
Uh-huh.
We have kept it, and you can now choose to use it the old way or the new way. By letting fate decide, it will combine the two items randomly. There is no risk of destroying either item, but it will be less predictable. As Settlers is now a core
W.
mechanic, we've also
This
added
chat
Atlas
is
passive tree support.
so fucking... They
For
change
example,
back and forth
If you
every
wanted
2
to gather more
seconds.
Verisium ore, you could take this notable.
Uh-huh.
Each ore has a similar node. Refiner's
I'm sure
Bargain
the Reddit's
converts items
freaking out
dropped by
right now.
possessed monsters into thaumaturgic dust,
Okay.
sulfite into random ores.
I'm
and
not
life
happy
force
about
into random
shipments.
crops.
I really don't want shipments back.
We've also added a set of Kalguran scarabs, so you can add more ore deposits,
Uh-huh.
increase the rarity of monsters that guard ore deposits to at least magic, or gather smelted bars from ore you mark instead of ores. To sum
20
it all
shipments
up,
later.
Kingsmarch is now a thriving town where you can employ a swath of workers to collect resources, refine ores,
Tell me they
craft
don't cost
items.
gold to employ.
and run maps for you. Send shipments of resources in exchange for tattoos and rune grafts, using those to modify your passive tree to an extent never seen before. Following on from that,
Absolute
we've also made a
garbage.
substantial rework to another important mechanic, betrayal. As a refresher, and to explain to new players, let's briefly explain what betrayal is. Betrayal is a mechanic introduced in Act 9 and tells the story of Jun Ortoy and her investigation of the Immortal Syndicate. This is a mysterious group of exiles
what
who
a
can
character.
seemingly come back from death. You must help Jun to uncover their leader, the Syndicate Mastermind.
I've literally never done
The
betrayal. I
Immortal
don't
Syndicate
care
is
about
organized into
betrayal.
4 divisions: transportation, fortification,
I don't know how
research,
this system works
and
at all.
intervention.
I just click random buttons when I do
As you
betrayal.
encounter the Immortal Syndicate members, you'll gain intelligence for each of these divisions to discover the location of their leaders, tracking them to their safe houses. Defeating the division leaders at their safe houses will reward you with intelligence on the Syndicate Mastermind. In your journey to track down the Syndicate leader, you'll manipulate the members of the Immortal Syndicate to change divisions,
I want nuggets. I give them
form
nuggets.
friendships and rivalries,
Betrayal, Among
and
Us.
even banish them from the Syndicate for a time. Historically, after encountering and defeating the Syndicate Mastermind, the state of the Immortal Syndicate would reset,
Right.
requiring you to start from the beginning of the investigation again.
I didn't know that. I don't do
This has always
Syndicate.
been a difficult decision for players and can often feel bad. Do you fight the Mastermind for a chance at the special loot, or keep farming the safe houses that you've spent so long setting up?
Right, right.
Well, in the Secrets of the Atlas expansion, we've split out the Mastermind to be completely separate from the core mechanic. The boss is now accessible through a new
Okay, people
fragment
like that.
that has a chance to drop from the safe house leaders at high levels. The Mastermind no longer resets the state of the Immortal Syndicate. You can now build your betrayal board to your liking, optimize it, do Mastermind fights, and reap the rewards without having to lose all your progress every time.
Okay.
The boss fight itself
I'm sure
has
that's good
also
for
been
betrayal
improved,
players.
now with significantly fewer immunity phases and
Seems
new
like the
rewards.
betrayal players are happy.
By the way, if you're a new player to Path of Exile 1, don't worry about all this detail. This content is optional, and you can discover and engage with it at your own pace. The Mastermind still has a chance to drop a Veiled Orb, now renamed to Veiled Exalted Orb.
Okay.
Veiled Chaos Orbs are being re-added to other safe house leaders.
Sure.
In addition, the Mastermind now drops the new All Flame Embers. All Flame Embers are map fragments that replace monster packs in in-game maps with different types of special monsters. These packs have unusual properties, compositions, or rewards.
You're bringing fucking
For
All
example,
Flames
you
back?
might use the All Flame Ember of Kulamak, which replaces packs with Syndicate monsters and their leaders, who revive after the map boss has been slain. This might at first sound annoying due to backtracking, but these monsters when revived are far more intense and rewarding.
Why are we bringing the most cooked part of fucking
It is our
Necropolis
intention with All
back?
Flames
What
to
the
provide many
hell?
different types that combine with other
Is this a
mechanics,
good thing?
multiplying
Yes, it's
with
a
your
good
existing
thing.
modifiers in new and interesting ways.
It's nerfed
Another
from where
good
it
example
was.
of this is the All Flame Ember of Propagation. When slain, special rare monsters added by this All Flame here will spread their modifiers to other rare monsters in the map. This can be useful when trying to create singular, very powerful, and very rewarding monsters. Something akin to meat sacks, which are making a reinvented comeback with this update too.
I love my meat sacks. Show me your
Another
meat
is
sack.
the All Flame Ember of Resplendence, which adds monsters that drop no items. But when you slay them, you get buff stacks of increased quantity and rarity to enhance the drops of
It's
all other
basically just
monsters.
more ways to like customize your maps.
All Flame
You don't
Embers
have
can
to
be placed
interact
in
with
your
it.
map device like scarabs, and used in conjunction with scarabs to further customize your maps. We're looking forward to seeing which combinations players find to enhance
Right.
their maps. Perhaps you'll use all scarabs, all flames, or maybe mix and match. It's up to you.
This is gonna be stupid.
The Mastermind's unique items have also been improved. The veiled modifiers generated on
brain
these items
hurts.
are now from a custom pool exclusive to those uniques. Bitter Bind Point,
One
for example,
C.
can now have various Spectre-specific outcomes, such as +1 additional Spectre. Aside from improved rewards from the Mastermind, all the safe house rewards have also been rebalanced. We've done a pass on the crafting sprees at the end of many safe houses. For those who aren't aware how these crafting sprees work,
That's me.
well, it's simple. There's a crafting bench with an item in it and a bunch of currency. There's a limited amount of time, and your only objective is to craft the best item possible before the time ends.
Sure.
One of the problems that the
That's
crafting
neat.
sprees have is that they often require you to have specific items on hand in order to best maximize
Yeah,
your results.
shipment's the only thing I hate
But
so
how are
far.
you supposed to know that
Yeah.
beforehand? In order to solve this, most of the crafting sprees now offer pre-generated items.
Basically, it
This
acts
has
as a
also
daily
allowed
system.
us to add much more powerful crafting options in each spree. Let's take a look at a few examples. In this spree, a randomly generated amulet or ring will be waiting for you. test your crafting skill or luck
Map
with this
exalting.
reflecting mist crafting spree, and see if you can create something worthy of Kalandra's praise. And in this spree, you will find a pre-generated unique item, and a new kind of orb that resembles a Val orb, but not quite the same.
Oh,
Normally, you can only corrupt an item once, but uniques in this spree can be corrupted and re-corrupted as many times as there are orbs. This orb also allows you to get 2 corrupted implicits, and has a much lower chance to brick the item. It can be a very useful tool for seeking specific corrupted implicit outcomes. Of course, if you push your luck, you can still ruin the item. There are also crafting sprees where you still need to provide an item, but those items are generally more accessible and it occurs less frequently. This one allows you to bring your own normal rarity item.
I might actually do
then
Breach
just go
this league.
ballistic
I don't
with a
know.
whole ton of scouring orbs and orbs of chance, hoping to get your ideal unique. For most sprees, the rank of the syndicate member increases the amount of currency provided, the quality of the pre-generated items, and the time allowed to craft your item. Aside from the crafting sprees, there are other new options too.
I'll have to learn
If
how
you love
Betrayal
gambling for
works for
currency,
once.
How about you try opening Varici's Emperor's Luck
But I feel like
chests?
everyone's gonna do Betrayal this
These
league.
work just like the Emperor's Luck Divination card and provide full stacks of currency. If you're lucky enough, unlike me, you could end up with a whole lot of divines.
The thing with
Betrayal is a good
PoE,
source
like
of veiled
Warframe, there's like
items.
20
Veiled items have
at
some
endgame. There's like
important
20
quality of
games
life
at
improvements
once.
in this expansion too.
You can like choose to
All
play
of the crafting bench options
all manner
normally
of different
granted by
games.
unveiling items are instead now moved to the core game.
Thank
So you
you.
don't need to run Betrayal to unlock them. They are instead found at the entrances to boss rooms and endgame
Okay,
maps.
cool.
On top of that, you no longer need to speak to Jun to unveil items.
Thank
You
you.
can just right-click them,
Amazing.
or the equivalent on gamepad, and select which veiled modifier you want to unveil. Overall, Betrayal is now much more streamlined and more rewarding. Happy interrogations.
Shut up!
I still like my Harbinger, so I don't know if we're on
Now,
Betrayal.
before we get into our quality of life additions, let's quickly talk about some character balance. We will be doing our regular character balance changes, where we are bringing outliers in line to help evolve the meta, but we are also focusing our attention on buffing some specific things. This includes spellcasting supports that specifically enhance self-casting builds, channeled spells,
Okay.
adding new options to the Guardian, Berserker, Elementalist, Saboteur, and Champion Ascendancy classes,
Okay.
which include some favorites from some of the alternate classes from Legacy of Frisia, and buffing a whole bunch of transfigured gems that never really hit the mark. Combined with the new endgame crafting, improved Betrayal crafting options, rune graphs for your passive tree, new pinnacle unique items, new modifiers and Trathan gems from the
These fucking
mercenaries,
skill trees. Let me just
and of
show you for
course the
anyone who might be
mercenaries
unaware.
themselves to act as an extension to your character, it's safe to say there's a lot of new character options and builds to think about. Instead of delving into all of these in more detail, we figured we'd just let you absorb them through the patch notes so you can do it at
Fair
your own
enough.
pace. In the Secrets of the Atlas expansion, we've also added a lot of the quality of life features
Skill
we know
tree.
you've all been asking for.
That's one of the skill trees.
A lot of these have already been posted, but let's take a look now in case you missed any.
Okay.
You can now pause the game at any time by pressing
Great.
escape to open
Amazing
the menu,
change.
or by opening any full screen interface, like
How
the
you
passive
doing?
tree. You'll also be paused if any lag is detected or if you
Great.
disconnect.
Amazing.
It's worth noting that in certain
Pausing.
pinnacle arenas, a debuff
We
will
have
apply to you
technology.
that prevents you from pausing.
We have the technology to pause.
We're also making a change to how you use currency items on strongboxes and monsters imprisoned in essences. Based on the currency in your inventory and the state of the strongbox, these buttons will appear.
I have some warm
Valuable
clothing? I
currency
do,
like
'cause it's
divine
cold.
orbs have been excluded from this as it would often be wasteful to use in this context. The same applies to essences with the remnant of corruption
There you go.
currency. Orbs of Horizon have been updated. They can now re-roll your Elder and Conqueror Guardian maps. Doing so will re-roll the base map and the Guardian of that map. The map device now has a small additional inventory. This is particularly
Also,
useful
great change.
if you're rolling many maps to run in sequence, or if you want to use varying amounts of scarabs or other map fragments. During breach encounters, all the splinters will be automatically collected and dropped at the end of the breach. On game
Great
pads,
change.
we have separated the targeting
I don't
of
play
monsters
controller.
and non-monsters, so you are able to target them independently. This removes a bunch of frustration when you are trying to interact with objects in the world and monsters are nearby. You no longer have to kill all of them first.
What a sensible change.
Vendor windows will now remember your last search.
Holy shit, you can save
This is
text.
remembered until you log out, and is remembered on a per NPC basis.
Crazy.
The amount of characters you can type in the search field has also been increased. When using currency items, after right-clicking them, it will highlight all other items which that currency can be used
Why
for.
that wasn't a thing in the game before, I don't know.
There are many other quality of life improvements, so keep an eye on the patch notes after this livestream concludes.
Okay.
Alongside the launch of Secrets of the Atlas, we are hosting a competitive event where players will race to be the first to kill the new pinnacle bosses. The event will take place in the hardcore, solo self-found Mercenaries of Trathus League. We have some interesting prizes in store for the winners. Keep an eye on the news.
I
in the lead up
don't
to
do
launch
world
for
first
more details
races.
about how the event will work and what its prizes are.
WASD,
Next
no.
up, we're going to be
Okay,
talking
what do
about
we
our
have for
new
spending
League supporter
money?
packs. Today, we're launching 2 new series of supporter packs: the Frisian Magistrate and Crypt Keeper packs.
Okay.
Each tier contains the pack's full face value in points, alongside several exclusive microtransactions. As always, the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way.
They might give you a
The
seizure,
Frisian
though.
Magistrate series of supporter packs contains
New
6
Zealand.
exclusive microtransactions. The Frisian Magistrate character effect will bind your character in thorny vines
That
and
looks awful.
roses. You can select which parts of the character you want to have covered. Either your entire body, your lower body, or your upper body.
L,
As
bad,
you approach waypoints,
kinky,
it will emit
path
leaves
of
and golden
sexile,
petals towards it. When
BDSM,
activating the waypoint, it will create a
ew,
burst
log
around.
out, sex added,
Envelop your weapon in thorny vines and
Gotchy
golden flora
face.
with the Frisian Magistrate weapon effect.
garbage.
Your weapon will also create a trail to match as you swing, and even comes with its own hit effect when slaying enemies. You are the law while wearing the armor of the powerful Frisian Grand Magistrate.
Horrendous. Fucking
The
disgusting.
Spider Blossom pet activates its defense mechanism, disguising it as an elegant flower when near rare
No,
or
these
unique enemies.
these microtransactions are
The
trash.
Frisian Imperial Magistrate back attachment comes
Fucking
in two forms.
garbage.
Equip either the Tombstone variant, which will leave tombstones in your honor when you meet your demise,
Shit.
or
Cape
equip the Cape
ugly.
variant to cause the corpses of slain enemies
They are
to
not
become
happy with this
enveloped in
supporter
glowstone
pack.
vines and blossom with golden
No one's
flowers.
gonna buy this supporter pack.
Keep track of how well, or poorly, your ultimatums with the Trial Master have gone with the Trials of Chaos hideout decoration.
Little
Keep
little
track of
W.
the total number of waves completed, the total number of ultimatums succeeded, or even failed. On top of that, it will track the total number of times you've defeated the Trial Master himself.
I'm not gonna buy supporter pack
The
just for
Crypt
that.
Keeper Pack series also contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. With the Crypt Keeper finisher effect, death itself will tear through into the realm of the living and steal the soul of slain unique enemies.
Now we're cooking. Hold up.
The Crypt Keeper
Hold
portal
up.
effect creates a gateway for lost souls to pass through.
Okay, now they're happy again.
Become the true master of the undead by wearing the hallowed Crypt Keeper armor set. It comes with a more armored helmet variant and a creepy mask with a spectral hood.
I can vibe with that. I can vibe
Looking
with
to have some
that.
fun during idle time in your hideout? The Burrowing Bramble Bash hideout decoration will test your reaction speed. As you
Okay,
try to
that's
whack as many
cool.
Devourer heads as possible. In the
Wait,
forest.
that's actually cool.
It also comes with a scoreboard, so you can try to set new records to show off to your friends or just visitors coming to trade. Equip yourself with the Ghostly Dead
Fucking
as you
keg
guide the line
Ws.
between the living and the dead with the Sacred Crypt Keeper back attachment.
Yeah, whack-a-mole, yeah.
The Sacred Archives map device resembles a magical library with the works of scholars that come to life when you open a map. This map device tracks how many of each core league you've completed in in-game
That's a
maps.
cool map device.
These packs are now available for purchase on both PC and console, and will remain so during Path of Exile Mercenaries of Trathus.
I don't care about the first
Additionally,
one. This
any
second one's kind of
microtransactions
neat.
from the supporter packs will be made available for use in Path of Exile 2. Meanwhile, the Paladin and Penance packs leave the store forever at the launch of the Mercenaries of Trathus League. so now's your last chance to purchase them.
The racetrack is nice. I'm tempted to buy the
Dawn of
racetrack.
the Hunt mystery box will be made available for Path of Exile 1. If you have
Gotcha.
already unlocked any microtransactions from this
We love
box in
gotcha.
Path of Exile 2, you will of course immediately have access to them in Path of Exile 1. Thank you so much for your ongoing support. We're just about to start the Q&A with Ziggy D. Afterwards, we'll post the full patch notes for Path of Exile, Secrets of the Atlas. With release at the end of next week, our community team will be posting crucial information you'll need for the release.
Stream?
Keep an eye on
Is that
the
my
news.
side?
Thanks
Oh,
for
no,
joining
no,
us
that's
today and
their
checking out our
effing.
latest
No,
developments.
it is
We're looking
just
forward to
effing.
dueling mercenaries, fighting new pinnacle bosses
Fucking perfect timing.
in the endgame, and exploring the new crafting systems and character builds next week. We'll begin the Q&A shortly, so please get your questions ready.
Okay, so the idea with... We'll leave that on the background just for a sec. The idea with the whole shipment thing. So, basically, the idea with shipments is you log into the game, the town is generating currency for you. As you're going through maps, you're gaining ore, things like that.
Welcome back, Exiles.
And
to
then...
another-
I'll leave that pause for, down for a second. And then... you send out shipments every couple of hours. The problem that I have with shipments is it kind of feels like you have to log in every single day to make sure that you're, like, you have resources to keep sending out shipments. It's like this passive income system on in the background, and it just feels like a daily system. And it was fine during a single league, but now it's going to feel like it's like a core part of the game. And if you're not interacting with it, you're basically just, like... you're basically just losing currency. NC Internet F. Yeah, you're basically just like losing progression if you're not interacting with it. Everything else is amazing. Their fucking internet's dying.
Like, it isn't a, like, you know, it isn't a full year of development, because, you know, obviously PoE 2 disrupted things.
You say my internet's bad. This is a fucking company doing an official announcement, and they have fucking garbage internet.
But the main thing is we're kind of back in action now, you know, we've worked out the model for how the studio can function doing the stuff, and ultimately what it required is kind of like merging the teams back together, kind of having everything so that, like, you know, like everyone's able to work on both games, not necessarily simultaneously for a given like person, but effectively, you know, we need sort of like, you know, our best.
Do they even know? Like, I'm sure none of them even know they have shit internet right now.
People to be able to work on both games in order to really make sure that they're good. And so, you know, that effectively means that merge sort of approach is definitely way better. And so now we've kind of got that, and like, you know, now that we're back to sort of fixing deadlines again and everything like that, I think it will just like go a lot smoother. And like, you know, I'm pretty happy with, like, you know, effectively that we kind of got our
I've never seen this transition before. Oh. Beautiful. New core mechanic. Fucking garbage internet. You know, this gives me great hope for the new league. RIP servers crashed a week before launch. Worse than 90s internet. 1 out of 10 league start experience. League start came early. So it's pretty normal in PoE where there's a new league. The servers are dead on day one. Like, no one can log in. There were, like, one of the really old leagues, there's like a meme that people are still logging into this day. Because there was like 100k queue in one of the leagues. I think their stream's cooked. Ziggy DDoS. Log out. Clear tits. GG. Twitch forcing 4K resolution. Nice music. Oh. Bro, do you need a stream like that? Your avatar with that statement? Honestly, not a bad idea. Drops claimed. 140k stream lag. Music is pretty solid. We'll be back in 10 months. Yeah, so basically everything that's happening here is really good. Minus... well, now it's fucking dead. Now it's completely cooked. I think it's just completely cooked. Oh, Twitch ad. Who volved the server? Ads. Yeah, so basically everything here is really exciting. Minus having to do shipments. I don't know how valuable shipments are going to be, so maybe it's something you can ignore. I don't know. It feels like one of those things which is really going to punish people that don't play every day. I tend to be like a weekend player. That's why I really don't like the idea of shipments. I don't like the idea of an endgame mechanic that you have to interact with, because it just feels like more busy work to take away from the stuff you actually want to do. And the stuff that I want to do is not mess around with settlers. I think everything else is good, except that. I've got a friend who said he was going to get up for the stream as well. He didn't get up for the stream, did he? Oh. Well, we'll see if this comes back. Nope, I don't think it's coming back. So when your stream goes dead and we Joel in chat, it's just in the entire Oceania. They lost 50,000 people just bailed as soon as the stream died. This is such a great start to the league. Honestly, this is quite telling for how the league's gonna be. Oh, we're alive again. I like the betrayal changes.
Hello, folks.
Hi,
We're
Ziggy
back
D.
with some Q&A for the Secrets of the Atlas. We've got a nice big one. We're going to restart. We had a little bit of technical difficulties there, but
yeah, you did have some
into a
technical
nice big,
difficulties.
long Q&A session here. So I did ask the question that
Yeah, people don't usually
after
watch the
nearly a
Q&A
year
all the way
since
through.
the last major Path of Exile release, it feels like there's a fair bit of pressure on this one to be something pretty major. But
That's
also
true.
to show that you guys still love and care about Path of Exile 1 and have a future for it.
Sure, yeah. So, as I was just saying, like, I feel like we've kind of finally got our shit together as a studio now, as I said in the intro.
Good.
So we've sort of changed our approach. We've, we've merged the development teams back together. We've kind of got everyone on one floor in the middle layer, like all the developers. Now we're kind of making it so that, we're effectively moving people, backwards and forwards from PoE 1 and 2, sort of, as needed. And there's definitely a much better
developing
structure for us 'cause it
games,
just means that we
managing
get,
a team.
all our best
Crazy
people
idea.
can work on, whatever game needs it right now. We've always worked well with kind of the fixed
it
in
raining?
the past, sort of with the fixed deadline model,
Maybe,
where
but
it's
it's
like
still dark
we
outside.
have a fixed deadline, but if we and
I can
what's in the
smell
patch
rain.
depends on what's ready by the time we get there, and I think that's just going to result in a much better experience for players. And so now that we've kind of got that, I mean, this really represents what we can deliver sustainably, what we can deliver in 4 months, and so we'd expect to see this kind of amount of content every 4 months, as we go forward, and for PoE 1 and 2 as well. So now that things are back
Again, I'll
I would
believe
say,
it when I'll
we're
see
kind of
it.
back in our stride again. Things should go a lot smoother from now.
In sum, we're back.
That's not
We're so back.
Yeah.
Thank goodness we're back.
I did feel like that. I feel like the reception's been very positive so
Yeah.
far, and I've
Typical
having been the chance to
10
play one with mercenaries, which are exceeding my expectations in terms of how fun and powerful they are. I feel like you guys have made them really powerful too. So
We've honestly been talking about making a mercenary for probably 5 to 10 years. It's been one of those things that
You've been
keeps
telling me
coming
about
back
it for
up.
years.
Yeah, exactly.
Came up with the PoE 2 Rogue Exiles, came up during Settlers League,
Yeah.
I mean, that's just recent. I mean, a year ago, within the last year stuff.
You guys baited me pretty hard because last league you put out this system where you have these exiles that you send out on maps, and I'm like, oh, we're gonna gear them and all this
Nah,
stuff.
definitely
and it's
not.
like, oh, I can't wait. That's what I've always wanted. And then it wasn't that, and I'm like, oh, now you're never gonna do that because you did this instead. And then
Where's
literally
my
next
fishing?
league,
Give me
you actually-
fishing.
You did mercenaries finally. So was it like waiting on something? Was there something that needed to happen there?
I guess it was more just a question of having a good design for how it could work, and you know, there was a couple of other things. One thing that wasn't really mentioned in the video very much is that the mercenaries do count as half a player for the purposes of drops and monster difficulty. And so that's going to kind of change the calculus a little bit. You're effectively getting 9-player difficulty and loot, which there is some differences to the way that works now. But
okay,
that's kind of one of those things that like if we just added mercenaries without doing something like that, then it would mean that you know, the game would be too easy.
Sure.
So that's why we've kind of got that situation going on.
It means, like, you know, at best, if you're a more, you know, bad build, bad character, new player, whatever you want to call that, you know, they're going to carry you probably, or could carry you. And at worst, if you're, you know, the power of 10,000 gods and have infinite everything and screen coverage and DPS, then they're just boosting your loot, right? So there's a flaw there on either side that is just going to be beneficial to every single player. So
It sounds like absolute beautiful chaos, like 6-player party plus 6 exiled mercenaries.
Our initial design had it that you could have up to 6 players, or, you know, 1 player and, well, I guess 3 players and 3 mercenaries. You know, it was like a
12
mercenary
characters
takes a
on the
player
screen
slot
is
as
going
well
to be
initially.
fucking
That was the initial way to think about
ridiculous
balance, but I think it wouldn't
in
have been
big
nearly as good
groups.
because
We
like
ended up
you want
going
the
away
mercenary to
from
be part of your build to kind of feel like it's actually
Yeah.
you know, because you know, it comes with like auras and things like that. Like effectively that all becomes part of your build at that point. So it's kind of important that you don't.
Want to ask, how do you think going the most full-time content creation? Do you feel in a stable position? Do you consider your quality of life has improved since then?
Do I not get to have my guy
I think
now
things are
and
going
I
pretty
can-
well.
So it's
You know, you have those rough patches where videos don't do as well, and it worries you, but I think I'm in a good spot right now.
But you know, it's fun.
And I mean, you can also have an animate guardian, and you did tell me that there's changes for that as well.
Oh, right. So you can have...
Yes, of course you can have. In fact, I expect a lot of people to now have. You have your 6-player party with your 6 mercenaries and everyone with them animate guardian, because
18
how can you add
characters
mercenaries and
on
then have a point to
screen.
say that they don't drop loot when they die, and also not make the same
18
change to animate
characters
guardian.
on screen
However,
is going to
if
be
they do die in the instance, you
stupid.
can't bring them back. So at least
Rip
there is still that penalty to having them
CPU.
be weak. So if they just die at the start, they're gone.
Until you play another.
It's going to result in a lot more people using Animate Guardian in their build, but now you have to gear up your character, 1 Animate Guardian and 1 mercenary, so we'll multiple mercenaries technically, so we'll see how the itemization and trade economy goes in that regard. And
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of cool though, is like having all that extra demand for gear, and that's yeah, I was certainly like thinking about how I want to keep, you know, some of this gear aside for like the potential mercenary I was trying to find and things like that, but that's a lot.
Do you
too,
have
but,
ideas on some other site?
I did want to
Some
before
business
we
to
get stuck into
start,
some of the new content.
a lot of YouTube end up making businesses
ease people who are
after getting
maybe
billion on
a little bit
YouTube.
worried about
Right
future
now, not
content as well,
really.
just a little bit more.
But
So this is
I
what
know
you
a lot
hope
of
to
people
be
do
able to
that.
deliver every 4 months, and you've got a much more
Animate,
strict
yeah,
kind
no,
of, like,
animate, not
approach to
anime.
that now, where you were saying to me like, well, if this thing that you're talking about is not ready, then it's not going in there.
Yeah, exactly.
Whereas before you would push the date, I felt.
Exactly, 100%. So we've been in the kind of push the date mindset, I would say, for like a couple of years now.
Yeah.
And in the past, we were never like
least
that.
a
We
year.
were way more strict with it, and I think it was definitely beneficial to do that. The issue was it was so hard to develop PoE 2 at the same time when we had all that stuff. So now that we're kind of like
Finally
in the
learned.
mode where we can support both. with the
Finally
release
learned it's hard to make
frequently, we can kind of go back
two
to
live
that model,
service
and as I
games
said,
at
I
the
think
same
it was good.
time.
we're I just want to make sure we are always going to be that whole like plus or minus 1 week flexibility, because you have things
Sure,
like
sure. There
public
might be like a- yeah,
holidays,
exactly.
conventions,
Right.
clashes with things and all that. So obviously you get that just before we get held to the strict to the day 4-month thing. But you know, yes, it is the goal. 100%. You go back to that. I think there is a. It is very, very important that you have, you know, as a player and a long-term player of a game, of which many of our players are. You have that consistency, and you know what to expect, and you can be like, yes, I've played for my month, I've played for my 2 months, I know I can just, you know, stop for 2 or swap to the other game, do that, and then I can.
There's
know
no
it's
reason
gonna
why
be
you
coming
couldn't
again
do
in 2
that. I don't know
months,
why
instead
you
of
would
just
do
like
that though.
Again, when I need it.
that like unknown is very sad, honestly, as a developer and as a player, and I certainly don't want to do that ever
I
again.
imagine it has a toll on the team in terms of them like knowing, because it's hard to make content, I imagine, and just not have it get shipped. Like, because it's the date's
I
being
mean,
pushed
there's,
out.
there,
or-
it depends on the person. Some people
Yeah.
kind of like actually prefer that more. Some people do really like
Yeah.
the deadlines. It's honestly a variety.
Yeah, okay, bit of a mixture. And you mentioned blending the teams together. That's
Yeah,
like
that's fair.
A big change.
The problem
whereas
is they
before
had an
it was
idle
sort of
game
trying
for
to
11
separate them.
months.
And there was the question of like, well, there's problems with that, right?
Yeah. Well, so I mean, we had problems when they were blended originally, like years ago, where PoE 2 wasn't getting like it kind of wasn't working because that deadline was so far out that it kind of works. We had to split the team to get PoE 2 shipped at that point. But now that we're back in, like releasing frequently, it just makes more sense to bring everyone back together again. And it keeps the expertise up and makes sure that like the games are. There's just technical things like making sure that the engine is like in sync for both games and that kind of stuff. Like, there's just so many elements that sort of make it better to have everyone merged together, I think.
I imagine it helps with the cross-pollination between games. We just got pausing, which is
for sure.
one of my most
What is that,
wanted
14
quality
years?
of life
How long did that
improvements.
take?
That's a phenomenal announcement. But I certainly see people asking about things like WASD and stuff like that. And this support for the future is...
Unfortunately,
a thing.
WASD just can't really happen because, well, okay, I say that, but
sad.
this is the thing, right? So effectively, in order for WASD to happen, we would need to be able to change the rigs over to the PoE2 character rigs. In order for that to happen, we need to get all the micros ported over, and then we'd need to port all of the armors from PoE1 over to those rigs as well. So it would be a really long-term thing.
Right.
There might be a world one day where that can happen, but
Then
it's
for idle
certainly a
game to
long
idle
process.
devs, yeah, I get
kind of
it.
wondering is like, do you envision a situation where Path of Exile 1 is like warrants that sort of massive effort in a year or two or something like that?
Once we've got all the microtransactions ported, which we're doing anyway, then it wouldn't be like so bad. I mean,
Yeah.
it would be a lot, but not like not like completely unreasonable. So it's a thing that could happen, but yeah, it's a lot of effort to get that feature. So the main reason to do it isn't even for WSD. It's because we've been pretty unable to make new combat animations for PoE1 for so
Yeah.
long due to all of the problems with the rigs.
Right.
So if the main reason to do it would be that we can make like new actual melee skills properly again. That would be the reason.
Yeah.
I mean, hopefully we can get to that. It's just it'll take a while though.
A lot of the
I'm just
skills
happy
you
the game's
notice,
not
and if people
dead.
have been playing PoE1 for years. Any of the new skills we add often just reuse the same animations.
Exactly.
And they're not exactly the most modern things in the world.
Not so much you can do with it now.
You don't get to do
Yeah, when
the
you make a
cool
game
custom
15 years
flurries
ago,
with, like your swords and combos
You know, you
and
kind
all that kind of stuff,
of got
and,
some problems.
Yeah.
I mean, you still obviously have Cyclone, where you just spin in a circle, and if you remove all the effects from that, you're literally just on a pivot doing this. It
Scary
looks a
one
little bit
beta.
silly, but
Trailer. Let me show you how
I
the
am keen to
game.
do it, though.
Let me
Like,
show you how
it's
the
just-
game
it's
looked
just-
during beta.
Yeah. I feel like I notice the kind of an increasing disparity.
Actually, wait,
between, like, the bosses in PoE1 are kind of like pushing further ahead.
First
because you have a bit more freedom, I guess, to
first reveal
use
video
more modern-
is
Well,
even
the
better.
bosses are new, like new
technology with
content,
it.
right?
They're
So
straight
yeah,
up
they get to
PoE2
just and the
style.
engine's the same, so you get to use all the modern tech
So
for
that-
completely new content.
So
like
they're,
that.
they're looking like better and better and better.
Hey guys, it's Smokerbite.
Kind of
I don't
staying a
care.
bit behind,
Yeah.
so
don't
I
need to
imagine-
rig anything to the bosses. They don't need to equip.
Oh yeah, that was still the public
10,000
release.
microtransactions, thankfully.
So,
But
so that's a unique challenge for you, but it seems like you've got a plan of kind of like how to approach it potentially.
There's an even earlier one.
So, while we're on this kind of like frank discussion, it's like something that people often have been mentioning is this idea that like maybe they love Path of Exile 1, but they're not that interested in Path of Exile 2. How did and
Oh,
they
wait,
maybe feel
wait.
like their money when they buy a supporter pack for Path of Exile 1 is going to a company that's developing both games, and one of those being something that they're maybe not that interested in.
Right. Well, I mean, like ultimately, like now that we're kind of in the shared model, like it's kind of. It doesn't really. It's sort of hard for us to say, like that, like money goes to one particular team or another. Like it doesn't really work like that because we're all merged. The main thing is just to understand is that when we're in PoE1 development mode, then PoE1 takes precedence, and like any resource that it needs, like there's not going to be we can't do this because PoE2 needs it. And when we're in PoE2 development mode, it's the opposite of that, right? Where like we've got that sort of going on.
Sure.
So there's always going to be people
Makes
working on each
sense.
game like all the time, but it's like if one's going to come out soon, that one is getting all the attention, and so like every resource that PoE1 could possibly need for this expansion.
Here's
was moved to
what the
it,
game looked
you
like
know,
when it was
to make
first
that happen.
announced.
Yeah, I got to see that firsthand walking around. It was like 95% of people working on PoE1 right now.
14
Right,
years
this moment,
ago.
'cause it's in the last week, but yeah,
Yeah.
but it's kind of variable. Like I mean, if you look at things like the, I mean, you've probably got a better idea of the breakdown. But it's like how much of the VFX team was working on PoE1 versus 2 in like the last.
It was a very
whole-
small indie team
all
when
but
they
one
started.
is currently on PoE.
It was
all but
basically
two.
just Diablo 2.
It doesn't really make sense. They don't know how many. So it's 80% of the team is on PoE1 right now.
Yeah. But it's kind of variable through the months.
But like you
and
know,
stuff.
the dynamic thing is because obviously we had like 021 for PoE 2 that we're working on, and like yesterday I moved some people onto that, quickly got some stuff across the line. Literally 2 hours later, moved them back, and like It's like pretty.
It looked so
hyperactive.
bad when it was announced.
But honestly, that's kind of how our leadership style is. We kind of just we're a little bit crazy.
But I also think that developing 0 to 1 at the same time is kind of proof that it's possible. You know, like to make sure that we can actually support both games at the same time.
I mean,
with the
releasing
level of
something-
support we need. I mean, you know, there's those videos even that were made by the, you know,
Yeah.
like we're
They
getting
must have
more
grinded a
people,
lot,
it's like
they
we can-
did.
we can kind of manage it, so you know.
The reason
feel
they got
like this is a positive
160k
upswing in that
people
regard.
watching the
Like, there's definitely
stream
a bit of
is they
waiting
had
for a while, but I mean,
15 years of making an amazing game.
One thing to note, and
14
this is
years,
something
whatever
you
it
say
is.
about the bosses going up and the
Yeah.
characters, you know, saying this, like that is also because we are.
They built a lot of trust, which
you
they
know, it
burned in the
is
last year.
Very, very, very useful in the same sense that certain game features get taken from one game to another. Like we see a lot of the quality of life stuff come to PoE 1. Those bosses are, you know, animated or rigs from PoE 2 that we have like fully remodeled and reskinned. So you get to reuse that entire animation set,
Okay.
tweak some stuff. But then like you can have one animation be 8 different skills if you, you know, put your mind to it and actually design the different outcomes.
Awesome.
So you end up with this thing where you know,
Any
we're
news about
actually
PoE 2
harvesting a lot
improving?
of materials back from
Probably
PoE 2
see
to
another
1.
GGG live in
And
about 3 months.
This is how we're going to be able to get even more bosses,
That would be
even
my
more
assumption.
monsters, even more of that content just all the time. So
It's in ways where players can't tell though. Like it's really quite
yeah.
invisible.
I mean,
Yeah.
you wouldn't. Some people might be able to see. Like, wait, I feel like I've seen that before, maybe, but you'd have to look real close and be real into it. And so obviously, I know me saying it removes the allure of it, but like,
I don't really care about PoE 2 though.
it is like
least not
ultra,
for now.
ultra beneficial to be able to harvest all that art. And so you could look at it as like, oh, that PoE 2 art is going on PoE 2. It's not like. All of that, I'm just constantly going, I'm going to take
it's
that,
almost like
take
the
that,
tech.
take that, take
Yeah.
that, you know.
And the tech as well, of course, right? Like any new renderer features we're making, like all that stuff. Like you get to use it all.
So hopefully it's more of a positive thing. But I think to wrap it up, I think what it all really comes down to is people just want to know that they can feel confident that Path of Exile 1 has a future where you guys
Is a game
love
that
it and
exists,
everything as
is being
intended.
made,
So-
yeah.
Next year is going to be the year of Path of Exile, 100%, right? I mean, we're talking, what, every 4 months, both games? It's
Yep.
every 2 months, 6
So
releases.
6 releases
like,
a year.
Wild.
6 releases
What are
a
we
year.
talking
That's going to be
about?
holy.
I will believe
You
it
guys
when
can
I
pull that
see
off
it.
for a year. That's going to be wild. I'm looking forward to it. But I mean, and to allay people's concerns, I guess in that regard, is you were telling me that this expansion is like this is part of a multi-season story arc that you're setting up.
100%. Like, with obviously you. There's a whole bunch I can rant about here. But
I've never really cared about the
effectively,
PoE
obviously you
story, to
see,
be honest.
Dana coming back. I know, spoiler, sorry, but it kind of was important.
I'm just going to yap until the end of the stream, basically.
You've got
That's the
Zana
plan.
coming back, and you've got, you know, it's an additive storyline for now, and that was kind of on purpose because I wanted the end game to be still familiar. I wanted people, after coming back after almost a year, to still have the core of the end game be familiar, but have this additive layer on top that's cool and new and they can explore.
Sure.
And I didn't want to like completely rework all the mechanics, and they come.
Yeah,
people-
join the
people,
stream
"Oh,
live,
PoE
times and
1,
stuff.
finally, PoE 1
Welcome.
expansion, they come back and they're like, the hell is
I
this
don't
in-game?
stream
This
at
isn't
this
what I
time
remember.
normally,
This
and it
isn't
won't
what
be
I was
happening
familiar with." So
normally.
it was really
But
important with this
we're here
update
for a
to have
special
layer of
occasion.
familiarity across the board, and then like improved and reworked things and removing, you know, obviously with Betrayal, we've removed a lot of the constraints and annoyance and all of that.
Made
but
it
it's
less
still
bad.
mostly just additive stuff on top. Same with the end game. The League is obviously additive, the Mercenaries. So having that there, so there's that core Path of Exile 1 familiarity, was important for this one. But yes, it is like part 1 of a new arc of the end game storyline. Zana's back. We've got a whole new thing
PoE
to
works
explore.
perfectly
I'm
fine
not
on
gonna
Linux.
spoil
There's
too
never
much
been
of
a
what
problem.
Exactly happens,
It's always
but there's
worked great
some
on
cool shit
Linux.
in there. But effectively, it's like a way to think about it is we're now kind of we're gonna
Okay,
over
watch-
obviously a
okay,
relatively
watch
long
my video.
time.
Yeah,
have
see you in a
the
bit
era
then.
of the primordials kind of phase out and have the era of this new end game phase in. And so yeah, it's kind of set up for right now. It's an additive one. Maybe the next end game one would be a bit more transformative, and then we'll go from there and just explore through this new storyline. So that'd be fun.
I can tell you're excited for like the future of PoE 1, which is this is a good shift, I think. And you were saying you've even got like a good idea that for 326 that you really want to.
327, yes.
Oh, sorry, yeah,
the
next one. Next one.
I do, yes. So like another thing with like this expansion, right, is like it's quite content heavy. When you do an in-game expansion in a league, it's a lot of content.
Sure.
So like, you know, you have some things have to take priority, other things have to take less priority, and so like the character stuff where we've done, a decent chunk of character balance, and the new systems interact with all of that. There's clearly ones like, I know Settlers had like just the giga melee rebalance and rework, and it changed like 1,000 systems in drastic ways and all of that. But again, I wanted this time more familiarity, and then 327 we're going to go just ballistic on the characters and do as much as we possibly can to like, amp that up, and I don't know, maybe fully revamp wand builds and create a whole new thing there. And now we have to because I said that. But
shouldn't have
that
said
kind of stuff. So
shit.
yeah, obviously you have ones that are more content centric, ones that are more character balance centric, and different focuses like that. So this one, content in game. We wanted our core players who have been playing for 10 years, the ones that are really looking for PoE, who are like mostly playing in the end game, to really have that like expansion and new boss fights. And
that was a discussion we had yesterday. Actually, was this idea that you don't necessarily have to worry about new player onboarding as much for Path of Exile 1 now. But that's more the focus for PoE 2.
I would definitely say that, yeah, for PoE 1, it's like it's now very easy to just say, you know what, like if this isn't new player friendly, it's okay. Like we're making a game for the experienced PoE 1 players.
It's basically impossible to create some technology to graph AI, crypto, are those just inherently tied together?
Obviously going to be more appealing, like I'd imagine they're more likely to want to go there. But of course, PoE 1's still, like it's still a, like we're not going to throw that away completely.
At its core, graphics,
certainly in terms of the focus of
AI
the
and
content,
crypto
like
are just
sort of
complicated
in-game
math.
stuff, the pinnacles obviously and things like that. Like this is stuff
You
that
can make
someone
more
actually
optimized
is
drivers
able
for
to
the
get to that
different
content. So,
processors for sure.
yeah.
And Nvidia's done
Of
that.
course, you've got
They've
the
artificially
mercenaries.
limited
I
crypto
think
at
you
one
were-
point.
You initially, when we first told you about it, you seemed a little
But
bit
fundamentally,
like,
they are very a lot of
shit
shared matrix
It's like,
math.
it's quite a thing.
It was beyond what I expected playing it.
Right.
Because I brought up a concern after watching the reveals that I felt like there was a bit of a gap, some disparity in kind of what you revealed once I got the sense of like what was secrets about Atlas versus Mercenaries of Trathis. I had some concerns. I was like, okay, so the Mercenaries thing seems like really awesome, and that kind of is like, by the time you get to end game, you've kind of started to explore a lot of that.
Right.
And there's still more progression beyond that, but that's like, it's not necessarily like a ton of new content for that mechanic beyond that.
Right.
And then you've got this new Secrets of the Atlas system, which starts at tier 14. It's very end-game pinnacle content.
Oh,
focused.
it starts
I'm
at
like, there feels like there's
14.
kind of a gap there between tier 1 and 14. But you mentioned yesterday after that discussion that maybe you've changed it.
I initially was like, people are coming back after a long time.
Oh.
They're going to come back, and some people have been playing, but like the majority of people haven't.
We're going
And
to
they're
rush
come
through
back, get
early
to the
maps
end
if
game
we
and
have
be
the
like,
mercs.
All right, let's get my footing back, refigure things out. Obviously, Settlers is there, but I understand a lot of people have experienced that in the last year, so that's not going to feel too new. But there's a little bit going on there. You've obviously got Betrayal, and then yes, we have our whole like certain scarabs up, certain scarabs down kind of balance, which I will note, by the way,
Settlers
only
PTSD.
a portion of which will be
That's how
in the
I
initial
feel.
set of patch notes. We'll have a more scarab changes coming soon.
Settlers.
Expansions to be announced.
People who, ideally our PoE 1 players know by now, we get a little bit feral and we just go to the end. We go till Friday for the release date for our balance changes.
I
So
hope they
not
kick out
everything is there,
Settlers
but
next league
a
or
lot of it
rework
is.
it. Get rid of shipments entirely.
There's all those changes.
Like
and I thought,
327,
what we'll
we
do
can
is
do it
aim
for one
people who
league, but
really
get
want
rid of
new
it after
pinnacle
that.
fights. When we added the tier 17s, they were a bridge between Pinnacle and Uber Pinnacles. So they weren't even the kind of highest tier of difficulty in the game. And
T17s
you could argue
fucking
these
suck.
aren't either because they're pinnacles, but they are a step above the existing pinnacles. They are a bit harder. That being said, of course, just to clarify,
There's
there
no
is a
way it's harder
quest
than-
version of
no,
them
shut
where
up.
It is, you get to tier 14s and you
No,
will
it's not
find
gonna be
them
harder than Maven.
deterministically and get through 3 of them, all 3 of them, just for the
bosses, yeah.
narrative. You get to explore all that. They're easier balance. And then you get into farm mode where you get the true rewards and the true, difficulty test.
I was watching the Marvel Game trailer a few times yesterday. I realized that Storm was released by Sour Shit or Miyuki.
You're like, but what about between tier 1 and 14? It's not going to feel very new. And it was like,
Yeah, where's the content?
yeah, fair enough. So yeah, we made some changes, of course, and as much as now in the live stream it says we're introducing high tier maps, that is where the story is introduced, so to speak. But we're now adding a bunch of trickled stuff beforehand, all the way from like tier 3 maps, where you're now you're finding those memory influenced maps, or the influenced by the originator, as it said. You're getting the memory strand items, which are very useful for actually finding good item drops and crafting as you're going through the end game, and so you're getting that all the way through. And then, once you get to the higher tier maps is when you get into the actual pinnacle storyline with the new 3 pinnacle bosses.
Right.
So yeah, I mean, look, straight up, it was just like you know, what we thought was good, oversight, but like, this is always what happens. I think even Jonathan mentioned earlier is that often, you know, when we have these podcasts and interviews, it's just like half the time we end up discussing stuff that we then go and change the day after or the day of, and that's exactly what
I feel
we
like
end
something
up
always
doing.
comes out of the Q&A. You usually do some sort of live development during these, which I love.
mean, there's so much that like to not and happening so rapidly and coming together very much, you know, all together at the end. It's impossible to really
Hopefully we
have
get
your
some
eye on
answers
everything
about
and not
King's
miss,
March.
like some things. And you know, we always often miss things, and then it goes live, and then we address it then as well, and stuff like
People
that. Right? It's just, like,
are not
very-
happy
very,
about the King's March return. I
very
hope
crazy.
I
but
hope they
again,
take a lot of
that's,
questions
I
about
kind
that
of
and
think
hopefully
that's the
rework
magic
it
to
if they
and
need
what
to.
allows us to do so much in so little
Or
time.
at least after this league.
But it is also the thing as well.
Because I don't want anything to do with a second
the next year for
a second
combined
fucking
games, so-
Settlers.
So now, like, the state of it looks like veteran players are going to be exploring the mercenaries as they're leveling up. They're going to be going into the end game and kitting out.
Maybe it's going to be really cheap. Maybe it's going to be easy. But even so, it's something I don't want to deal with. More T17s removed.
Memory influenced maps that drop memory influenced items that they can craft. Which I'm excited about that as like a progression, that crafting system with the.
I believe it's an
craft.
internal
And that
custom
was,
engine.
You mentioned like a way of kind of getting the tiering system into Path of Exile
Yes,
1.
the initial idea there was like, how can we get the tier 2, tier 3, tier 4, tier 5 item drops from PoE 2 system into PoE 1? And it was like, well, you know, why don't we just do it in the new in-game system? And then we're like, well, we can have more granularity. It can go all the way from 1 to 100. There's not really much point not. And so you're
I
finding
do like the
better
fragment
items.
system
every time you
for
pick up these
better
items, it
gearing
could have
results.
a
That
set
is
of full
cool.
tier 1 modifiers. So that was the initial goal, and then, you know, it was like, well, may as well, like, the crafting orbs can just consume it as well. Now it's worth getting into that specifically. The basic crafting orbs all consume it. Mm-hmm. And right now, like, we don't have fossils and harvest and stuff do it, but it is our intention to implement that. But it's a bit scary. There's some OP there for sure, but I really like all those systems interacting and interweaving.
Please.
Now, what we're finding right now is that you actually do that crafting first, then you consume the memory strands for like the final exalts and final applications. And that is something that is happening internally, and you're getting some pretty insane outcomes there to guarantee like a T1 mod on your final exalts and stuff like that. But yeah,
that is
if we were to
exciting.
do it the other way around, you'd probably end up having it be very much using all those systems. So before we turn that on, obviously we're going to review every single thing and make sure we're definitely happy with everything, because it is a very complicated web of craziness. But
Actually, that was a question I was wanting to ask. Was like, how do you even make new crafting systems for PoE 1 at this point? Like with all the various intricate. Do you just kind of like make it and
You just
cross
have
your
to.
fingers?
You just have
Hope
to
things don't
effectively
break.
Just take the chance and just come up with what you can do. Because, you know, if you worried about literally everything, you'd never make anything. You know, so you have to on some.
Yeah,
level.
PoE
It's
has
the
like
same
10
with
different
uniques,
crafting
it's the same
systems.
with
It's like
new
beast
character
crafting,
systems.
currency
There's so many
crafting,
variables that you
crafting
kinda just, like,
bench,
here's a thing.
fossil
Let's see what
crafting.
happens.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yes, exactly.
That's kind of
You can craft through expedition.
It's
You can
just
craft through.
So you've got this progression system now, which
what's
sounds
the fucking
phenomenal. It sounds like
thing?
a
You
really
can craft
nice
through
improvement. So just to,
betrayal.
like, while we're exploring the various changes you've done to things like the massive overhaul to betrayal, for example, and like the new scarabs, those new systems, integration of like the previous content that's gone core, and then you get to tier 14, and then it's like new story kicks in with the Secrets of the Atlas, the memory system, and that uses the kind of like the idea of those memory threads.
Yeah, we had what was memories before.
Yeah.
So that was like there was Elva's memory and all of that, and they had kind of different things. You couldn't juice them, but some of them gave pretty specific rewards, and a bunch of them were worth absolutely
The
nothing.
lack of juicing kind of meant that they didn't really have a good place in the end game, though.
Yeah,
Right,
there's only
right.
a couple that were
So,
kind of worthwhile.
we were like, we didn't really give that system justice, so like let's kind of use that as the baseline for the new memory threads, except we 100% allow full juicing.
Yep.
And make them more unique, have the alter mods at the end of each run, and then have the new influence mechanic. And then what we did is we took all those memories, and we were like, I think it was Octavian actually who suggested it, was like,
Good job.
put all those on
What a
Kirak.
fucking name.
And so all the
Octavian.
Kirak missions that
Kirak
can now be
buff.
offered, since Kirak also couldn't be juiced, Kirak missions now can give you all of the things that appeared on those memories before, which gives him a unique thing that he didn't have before as well, and it can be more valued farming that.
good.
So 2 birds, 1 stone.
A reason to actually use
good
Kirak.
suggestion.
Thanks, Octavian.
And but yeah, effectively those, and then we're like, those memory strands, we don't want it to just be I'm doing normal mapping, then you find the memory with We've already tripped up now.
Hi,
It's just
how's it
we talked about
going?
yesterday with all the terminology.
Memory threads versus
the
memory
threads,
strands.
the memory threads. Again, once you're playing, it's a bit more clear. But yeah, we've got a bit of synonym thesaurus issues going on.
End of the video.
You're doing the memory threads, and it's like, well, we want to be able to do that experience without just having to go, okay, I don't want to have to run a bunch of maps, get a thread, have some fun, and then I'm back to just regular
Yeah.
things. So we're like, well, once you've finished the storyline, I won't explain exactly how that concludes because it's a big one. What those maps that you can find on that thread now will start dropping but it's T16s.
Yep.
And more frequency, and then
No mention of 17s.
T17 mod pool, and we're kind of calling those T16.5s because they are very close to T17s, and it's kind of honestly, I would say in some cases, if you get the right memory skills, better than T17s.
Good.
Which I know has been a huge concern,
Yep.
and I agree with that, and I am finally, hopefully, we can not have just the age of T17s that can't self-sustain and you have to trade for, and a lot of frustration there. That's the
Excellent.
That's the hope.
Just
If it
kick
doesn't
out
fully
the
solve it, obviously,
T17s.
It's still the intention to.
Well,
So we
well,
will.
let's talk about the problem with tier 17s then. So, like, obviously, there's a few issues going on there. It seems like, but you had this like very varied endgame, tons of different maps and everything, and then kind of narrow that down to 4 maps instead. And obviously, it was presenting problems for build diversity as
It
well.
was also a clash because it was like those were meant to be the bossing way to get to the Ubers, and it ended up being the juicing, and so then
Yeah.
you have a kind of economy clash between people who want to farm bosses and people who want to juice, and it was like, okay,
I am a
They
juicer.
were intended to be the boss way, whoops, but they were still kind of fun for both axes, in some regard.
Kinda.
Minus a few little bits and
Kinda's
pieces, like
doing a
obviously
lot
we
of
had to
heavy
do some
lifting
changes
there.
to the mods, how they generated, we'd certainly had some hiccups with that one the first time around. But it was then all of a sudden now T16s are dead,
Yep.
So the hope here, bring them back. You can farm the map you want as with the originator influence on it, I believe is what the text said, or what I call memory influence or Zana influence. All of these things, whatever, they're influenced with a bunch of red and blue stuff. You get the pedals, you get the skills, but you get the div card you want, you get to farm the layout you want, you get to do the boss you want, and you
Great.
don't have to deal with,
T17s.
Can you say somewhat definitively if like juicing is going to be happening in tier 16s again, or is it still going to be tier 17s a bit? Or not sure.
Currently, as far as I can tell, it should be in the 16s, but I didn't want to make it that the 17s are just garbage.
No, make the 17s garbage. Delete them.
I think, especially with the right memory influence skills appearing, which you do have to take a bit of a gamble for, and sometimes you get really good ones.
Please,
sometimes you get
no
okay
more
ones.
shipment
That's
boats.
part of the fun when you get in. You're like, oh, yes, I got the epic one that revives monsters, and I get all the loot twice. And then
Doubled.
when you get that kind of thing, it's going to be like, okay,
Void
this is just
everyone
100%
going for
better. Like, how is it
17s.
not? And then, of course, multiply that with all the all flames, and there's going to be some madness occurring. Not Necropolis tier madness, but there will be madness. We have learnt from that a bit. Don't you worry about that. That was
I got
out
my
of
drop.
control on a level unprecedented. But
T17 boring, true.
Still new tiers of madness.
There's a question from chat about Atlas passive skill tree, and with it expanding, like with all these new things being added to it. Is that something you consider as to like how many points
You
end up
better
getting and
fucking ask some
those
questions
decisions, like, between
about
things?
shipments.
I like the
Don't
amount of points
skip
you
the
get
shipment
and the amount
questions.
you can invest
Don't
in
be a
given
bitch.
Tree loadout. I think that is correct.
Still feels right.
Like we do remove a little bit of nodes, and we have added some, but I wouldn't we've added new ways to juice via the influence. We've added new ways to add more things to the all flames and stuff like that, and there's new multiplicative things going on there. I wouldn't also then want to just be like, here's
Got any
another
new items
plus
to the weird
20%
district
on the tree
list?
as well.
I had like 37 items already on the list.
And I think you should have to give up something to get something of the new thing, or have one of your loadouts focus on that and two of the others focus on something else. So
Well, something else that sounds like it's going to help is you mentioned to me this idea that you might be getting more access to the content from the investment nodes that you're taking anyway via Scarabs, right? Scarab drops.
Oh
on
yeah,
nodes.
yeah, true. I mean, it was more of a SSF feature, but it will work for everyone. But both the map device where you
SSF
play,
is
like,
solo
Breach League
self-found.
and
It's
a bunch of
basically you
the
can't trade with anyone.
nodes on the Atlas tree that are like chance to have.
So you
breaches
have
in
to
your maps.
craft
Both
and
also
get all the
now
items
increase
dropped
the chance
yourself.
of you getting scarabs of that league's type, which is kind of how PoE 2 did it as well with their leagues, where
Play the content to get the
you
content.
get expedition to get more expeditions.
Great.
It's the same thing here. We just wanted to push that a bit more, give a little bit more agency, and influence the scarabs you're getting. That way, you're getting more of the ones you want, because there are a lot of scarabs, of course, and you can block a decent chunk of them, and you can invest in some others. And we're just like more agency is better here, like straight up. So may as well, and it just simply adds more value to the map device craft. So why not?
All right. I know we're jumping around topics a lot here, but let's just kind of be in the flow of things. But on the mercenary topic, so you've designed these guys to be
Ask about fucking
so
shipments.
good that everyone's going to want to use one, right? And that's like the right way to design it objectively. But it does raise the question as to you need to make sure that they're not abrasive to use, that they're fun to use, that there's not necessarily problems where you feel like, oh, I have to use them. So how do you go about making sure
I'm
that's the case
concerned
for these
about
guys?
gearing costs with mercenaries.
I mean, obviously them increasing the difficulty, like,
'Cause it's
you
gonna
know,
be
is a
like
thing
double
that says
gearing
maybe
costs.
you don't want to necessarily. You know, maybe
Like,
they're not pulling their weight
if you
on
wanna,
a
like,
boss fight,
hyper
you
meta
know, and
it.
stuff like that, making it actually harder because of the
Or if you
life.
don't
and,
have the right
you know,
mercenary,
or if
maybe.
you don't have the right mercenary, you don't have the right gear on them. These are factors. However, generally they should be fun to have with you. You should want to engage with it.
I'm gonna be
That
interested
is the
how
league. You're
if
not
they ever
playing
get
the
stuck in
league,
pathing.
or you
That would
don't
be
wanna
very
engage with the
funny.
league as much, you still got the end game. You still got betrayal. You still got, you know, the settlers. All that stuff is all still there.
I don't
The
want
character
settlers.
balance changes,
Delete it.
Everything's still there. It's just, you know, ideally,
MDX
you
on
want to engage
Merc.
with the mercenaries. They are generally
Is
more
Merc a
beneficial
minion?
than not. I would. It's
probably a party member, I would assume.
Over-level them and not be upgrading them for them to start being kind of useless.
But the item and combat mechanic with them by itself is also like, even if you're not hiring a mercenary, there's still like, you know, there's a source of items there. There's new things like mechanics that they've got
GLF
going on with
OS
that.
French
like
Nixos?
even that part is a thing in itself.
Well, something I didn't realize from watching it and then even playing for a while was that, and I think the UI is getting improved by launch. for this,
Gaming-oriented
but
Nix.
when they have like the currency
Okay.
pocket, when you don't actually pick a currency from that, they give you all the currency from that
Right,
window.
okay.
Yeah, it's like so. It was a bit juicier than I thought it was. Actually, it kind of caught me by surprise.
Yeah. Why not? But it was interesting creating a, you know, there's not many leagues where you get one reward.
Yeah.
Like, and obviously not the currency pouch, but you
pick a item.
picking a single piece of gear.
Yep.
And so we had to really think like, okay, I mean, you can see it, so you already get a pick from all the different slots. But it was like, how do we make sure that their gear is comparable to what a player would have, which is kind of you're identifying many and picking the best, and you're crafting a thing, and so it's always better than average. And so we had to really think about what their gear should and what their items should look like.
I wonder if we're gonna see, like,
something you would actually want or have.
multiple div
So,
items on them.
Yeah, it's rare to have a league where you actually only just get one item. Like even Ultimatum, sure you get one and many rounds in a row, so you still get up to 10. Whereas this is just actually one.
So you have to make sure it's good, right?
Yeah, and that was actually kind of complicated to do, but you know, there's some pretty powerful stuff you can get from that. I mean, obviously the uniques are relatively easy to put in, but they do affect the mercenaries in some pretty crazy ways. But the you know, rare items and stuff like that, yeah, it was a little bit complicated to actually get that to feel good, such that you feel like, you know, I actually want to take that as opposed to just always taking the currency.
Right.
But if you want to do that, go ahead as well.
Was there any kind of, just out of curiosity, was there any kind of thought on like as to what sort of items or what sort of mods they roll on their items then? Since they're like, they are kind of specific builds.
Yeah, kind of. It is relative to the build more so, yes.
Yeah.
Like there are like 30-something different archetypes. So we talked about like the Striker and I can't remember the names of half Eruptor and stuff, but there are like 30-something of them. And
I'm the
you
game
know, there's
director.
a
I don't know
Chaos
what shit's
Mage, and there's
called.
ones with curses and ones with auras and ones with I'm obviously listing all the utility
I
stuff
had a
because I know
support Templar.
that, you know, it's the aura bots of Trathus really is probably how a lot of people are going to see it.
No aura. Exile.
Yeah.
But actually, there's a lot of custom skills in there. They're not entirely player skills.
Yeah,
I
that's
know we
wild.
touched on the Trathus skills, but we, you know, like only showed this.
An aura bot is
it was maybe
basically a buff,
around 16,
like
some of
a
them
character that
like
just follows you around and buffs
They
you.
can just be in their little pouch. And you
And you can just take
you can
one.
pick them, and when if you
Wow.
defeat them, they drop it, and you get it, and that's a new. So it's kind of like a transfigured gem in a way, but it's a Trathan gem, and it's just so that's a way of delivering a bunch of new skills, and I know you have like Blood Storm Call, which is like physical that creates a blood dot. So you maybe want to add, so there might be some builds that want to do that. There's like new spectral shield throws and a whole bunch of different things. We saw the Siege Ballista in the live stream, but there's certainly a whole bunch of them. I know there's a kind of incinerate.
I'm just waiting. The only reason I'm still watching is I'm just waiting. I'm waiting on something to be said about shipments.
Wave out of it and stuff like that. So like,
Had some fun with that.
Spoiling a bunch of them, but it's only 4 or so. But yeah, there's heaps of different skills there, which is pretty cool. But then they also just have like kind of high cooldown and different passive skills and stuff like that as well. So like, there's a lot of stuff.
Should
to
have put more
consider.
of those in the video, honestly.
Yeah, possibly. Probably. Yeah. Hey, there's gonna be some surprise and cool stuff. For people to find, it was a 42-minute presentation. Like it's all right. Give a taste. Let people find a lot of cool stuff.
It'll all be in the patch notes.
In terms of making them fun to like manage and hire and things like that, if you'd asked me before playing it, I would have said like, oh yeah, you want to be able to like spend some sort of passives on them or something like that. But then actually after playing it, I was like, oh, it's kind of good that you didn't go to that level, because then there's no lock-in with them. You can change between them easily.
Would have been a bit annoying, I think.
Yeah, and a bit too much tedious upkeep.
Should have given them a skill tree
on this. So like doing the gear, but you won't have to do that too often. They don't level up. They don't have like they have a passive tree behind the scenes. You just don't get to see it or engage with it.
I wasn't actually sure. Was that implemented actually allocating individual nodes?
No,
no.
They have a Trath and passive tree.
Okay.
Right.
Secret proprietary.
Yeah. I mean, look, they gain stats as they level up, and it's kind of relative to the archetype, and there's some stuff.
Sure.
But you don't need to care about that. It's just as far as you know, they're higher level. They've made somewhat intelligent decisions about their passive points and whatnot. And they're pretty good. Of course, some are better than others.
I'm
Some
sure
will
there's
good
going to
for your
be
build,
certain archetypes
much
that are
like you
completely
have, Here's the
busted.
meta ascendancies for a league. Probably those each meta ascendancy then has the meta mercenary for the league, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, it'll be matched to your builds.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty crazy.
What I do appreciate is they don't shy away from mentioning there's going to be a meta.
Arrange them. There's going to be a
like
lot
it's going to happen.
Minor complexities.
That's poor path of building, guys.
I was going to say, like, are they going to have to implement some interesting?
It's definitely going to be a part of your build, so it's got to go in there. Yeah.
100%.
They can give you auras and various other buffing skills. I had a Templar that had like an aura, and he had the smite with the lightning aura.
Your meta build, then for that you need your 3 meta mercenaries, and then
I set it to the PoE. I set it to the PoE thing just so the drops were enabled.
Items will be getting put to use, so that's good.
I'll be curious to see how the Animate Guardian feels, because I don't know, like that one has obviously the skill gem.
And that's usually how people do it. If they're watching an announcement event for PoE, they'll set it to the PoE.
Attacks, whereas these guys
the PoE
category.
I mean, gold.
Yeah, gold. Which was you intentionally didn't go for an upkeep cost for them, which I noted.
Yeah. I mean,
good.
You already earned there. You still got to pay them a little bit, but you defeated them. You don't need to pay them by the hour anymore.
There's a cost if they die, which I found I had a couple die early on, but then they were mostly, especially if I picked good ones, they were staying alive. Like I had one guy that was ridiculously tanky, and then some of them had like 40 life, and this guy had like
they are like
Vitality
Animate Guardians. They can die.
Like a Fizzor. And I'm like, oh yeah, these guys are kind of better than me.
That's true. Often you might find yourself aspiring to become more like your mercenary.
Yes.
But look, these are trained fighters from a ruthless place in Trathus, and they've come here, and they're like, "What are all you weaklings doing?" And so,
it was quite confronting.
Storm got booty. She does.
Running through mud flats with my ranger in a Hessian sackcloth clothing, and then I run into literally the ranger one, and they're like wearing Giga MTXs, and they got like all these different supported skills, and they're like comboing them together, and I'm like, what?
They are wearing MTXs? Okay, wait, hold up.
This is what I can become. I
felt really good when I fired them later.
Yeah, look, remember, they came here of their own choice. They haven't been exiled here as a criminal and left to rot on a beach.
I have to say, they kind of feel like suckers. So they've got this honor code system, right, that says that if a challenger comes and challenges them, they have to wager literally one of the pieces of clothing they're wearing, of the challenger's choosing, and the challenger doesn't have to put up anything. Like, you don't have to wager anything of yourself. Like, I feel like in a previous Path of Exile, we might have be like, oh yeah, you have to gamble your item.
But if you remove the game mechanic from the equation and you go, okay, let's say you and I have a duel and I get to take your shoes, and my sacrifice is I have to die. I don't think that's a fair trade.
Fair,
This is a
fair.
world where you can revive.
Yeah, I'll have a look at it in a
Yeah,
second.
but they don't know
Like, after
that.
this is done.
Okay, fair
You know,
enough. Good
and
point.
like honestly, if I have to go like your shoes versus my 15% experience, like I don't know if
pretty
I'm gonna.
nice, pretty nice boots.
Yeah, sure, but like like,
Death,
that's
yeah.
part of my level I just lost. So like, I don't know if I'll take that trade.
Yeah, well, you got me there. That's a good point. We'll get some more questions about the mercenaries there. Do mercenaries count as minions? Has been asked.
Oh, I said 15%, and I realized that is not correct.
Oh, what was the?
I'm just
Oh.
making up numbers.
Oh,
no,
for
no,
the
no, no, no.
dying.
Ignore me.
Oh, yeah.
I know that's the wrong number.
No. What have you done? That's going to be quoted.
I just quickly glanced at chat, and I'm like, oh, jeez, I said I just made something up on the spot in the heat of the moment. Don't worry about me.
Can't have
the question
that.
was, do mercenaries count as minions for the purpose of various minion-based things? Like flasks?
They
healing
don't
minions?
count as a semantic minion for like minion damage and all
Sure,
that.
sure.
But I know, for example, all the how there's bosses and they have certain skills because they're less avoidable. They deal less damage to your minions.
Mm.
Oh, yeah.
They also count as They also get that damage reduction from
Right,
those things
okay.
like they're not like going, there's an AOE here, I'm getting out of it, and they're going to jump back in like you are. They're just going to soak the damage, and so yeah, we've made it
So they're
obviously,
pseudo-minions.
they don't take as much damage from those unavoidable attacks,
Hmm.
so to speak, and much like how your minions do and whatnot. But again, they are pretty tanky. So on top of that,
On that same spirit of like live improvements happening as we're talking about it, it's like yesterday I was asking kind of can you heal them with like the minion flasks or something like that to like heal them in between combats, and later I got a message saying that you guys have changed it so that they heal out of combat now.
yeah, it was taken from the
that's good.
it's something I actually really
Pseudo
like. the
minion-
minions
yes,
do in
pseudo
PO2
minion.
where
Yeah.
When there's some downtime, they kind of regenerate back to full life. So yeah,
That's good.
that change was made yesterday actually, and
That's good.
yeah. So now the mercenary, you don't have that thing where you have to give it some life regen. And
Okay,
we
that's good.
explored a few different options, but it was just like, you know what? Just like if there's a little bit of downtime, or it's more if they haven't lost life in the last some amount of time, they just whoop back to full life. So
Love it.
Fair.
It's just good quality of life. Yeah.
you don't just have them sitting at 10% life, and you're like, what am I supposed to do here?
Give up, die.
So they can be brought into pinnacle content is one of the other questions I'm saying.
Yeah. Anywhere,
Anyway,
everywhere in the game.
No restrictions on that.
Yep.
Nice,
I might
cool.
actually.
And,
I might beat all the Ubers this time.
People seemingly from the question, based on the questions, don't believe that you can have like a 6-person party and have 6 mercenaries. That you wouldn't allow that. That's too crazy. I mean, it is too crazy, but you do allow that, right?
We do.
Yeah, we do.
And then 6 anime guardians.
Okay.
18.
I mean, it's a lot. It's a lot of auras.
Really?
But I'm very much looking forward to playing my. Everyone knows I play my support characters, and you'd expect, you're a support character, so you can get a DPS merc now and not have to play with your friends. But I'm thinking, well, hold on, I can be a support character and have a support mercenary and support my friends even more. So like,
Of course.
it's all win.
Right. Okay.
That sounds about you. Perfect. Yeah, I mean, while leveling, I certainly felt like the DPS ones were viable if I was playing more of a stalled role, or if I was like struggling in that regard. They did seem like they were actually able to kill things. Is that
100%.
something that can happen in endgame though? Like that seems hard to believe.
I mean, look, at the end of the day, you can give them Headhunter, you can give them all of that stuff, and they can.
I'm
they take
almost
the
certain
damage,
there's
they
going to be
scale it,
people that
like,
want
The only thing they don't have is
that
they
they end up beating all the pinnacle bosses
could be
using
bad, and thus they could
the
be good.
NPCs and don't
Or
attack
you could
them
be very
themselves.
good, and in which case, I'm just
Oh, it
saying,
gets even
they
better.
Are,
I can do
they are
this.
still a computer, right? They are still at the end of the day doing that, so they might not make the
there we
smartest
go.
decisions that you agree with.
There's
and
like custom AI for each skill,
there,
though, right?
there is
Yes.
100%, and
So they're a bit above the 50 percentile of players.
yeah,
is
they
what-
might
is
be.
what you're
Yeah,
saying.
I'd say around
How's this?
55% just percentile average.
Better than half you.
They can, computers can be good. So but at the end of the day, when you're like,
Yeah, I usually play supports in a lot of other
and
games. Not in a game like
obliterating
this.
everything before it can even appear on your screen entirely. There's a question of how much use can they really be, and that's where I come in and say, look, the floor is still they're half a party member worth of loot increase, and they are, whatever auras and all of that. So you might pivot from more. You definitely want like DPS ones are real good all the way through, but once you again become the power of 1,000 gods, like
Yeah, there's a certain point where it's
there's
just
only so
naturally-
much you can do. Now that being said,
Right,
if
right.
you do want to play a more passive character and you want them to just go wild, like they're pretty strong. There is, of course, the thing where if you miscalculate that, you go into your pinnacle relying on them to kill it, and you miss the mark and they die. It's not like you're bringing them back in that area.
they only have one
so
portal.
now you're like,
You're just
oh, damn
cooked.
it.
Okay.
I'm not sure what to do now.
Fair
I'm going
enough.
to do it the hard way. So, but yes, much like the new change to the animate guardian, if they die, they don't come back into that area.
Sounds like a good way of
only
doing it,
sequential
yeah.
instances. Yeah.
Much better than the losing gear and all that,
Yeah,
all that drama.
we went through all that. I even had the maybe in
Oh, so they
Ruthless
don't
should
lose gear.
an item, or maybe I was like, is that a thing? I was like, oh, no, look, it's either right or wrong. Let's just go with what we
Okay.
know is right, what people will like,
Yeah.
and what is not going to just cause a bunch of unnecessary. Oh my god! Now I got to do this again.
Okay,
Something
if we're not losing
unpredictable
gear, that makes
happened, or
this
some
way
monster
better.
skill is,
Okay,
like,
this is
particularly
fine.
imbalanced.
Yeah,
It's like,
sure.
Oh my god! It just lost so much
that
currency,
was
and
the
like
thing,
yeah.
yeah.
So, all good.
Sounds great. Awesome. Settlers Town went core. We didn't have to
Here we
rebuild it.
go.
Phenomenal, thank you. Gold goes core, which obviously as an experiment feels like a success then. Jonathan, I
I'll
think
hear
you
about
feel like
gold.
you can speak to that.
No,
Sure,
shipment.
I was- I mean,
Talk.
I-
What? Stop delaying
I'm
it.
definitely happy
Stop
with the
delaying
goal,
the
like, you know,
tough
with how gold
question.
improves things. I mean, we originally did it as a way to reduce the number of things that monsters can drop while still having it so that they feel like they drop things.
Mm.
Yeah, like culling the net
But I mean, I
stuff.
honestly, like, I think it's been a straight up improvement, and obviously, it's really good to be able to work with the the new the trade, the currency market and stuff like that. Like, I think.
Why
that
the
stuff,
fuck does
like,
Ren
I don't
have
know
that
that there'd be another
emote?
way to do that as successfully as the way that works.
Yeah.
Like I think that's worked well, and it's funny because like.
Wait,
On the
wait,
surface, you're
hold
like,
up
oh,
a
every game's got
second.
gold, but the funny thing about it is that in most games, gold is a lot of games have like bound items, and then gold is the only thing you can trade. In our game, you've got unbound
Ren,
items. and
what
gold
the
is everything
fuck
you can't
is
trade.
that?
And that's why it sort of works as that kind of trading kind of thing. So I think the way we've done it, like it works well, and I definitely want to keep it. Like it's got a definite place for sure. And like we may be able to expand its use as well more in the future potentially. Like right now, it's not used for like shops or anything like that. It's used for gambling, but it's
Yeah,
not used
gambling.
for the
Oh my
regular shops. And,
God.
like, there were some issues around that, but we
Do I have
might
it on
change
my
one
channel-
day, so it's
enabled
hard
on
to
my
say,
channel as
but,
well?
I think it's definitely it's good.
I don't even remember adding
Yeah, okay.
that.
And
When the fuck did that
means obviously
happen?
Currency exchange is staying core and things
Yeah.
like that. It looks like shipments were staying core, and that's one that I see is like mixed opinions on. Some people love it. It's
I don't remember.
passive income.
Where the fuck did that come? I
And,
completely.
but it's also
Sure,
like
okay.
an obligation.
I must have,
it's a
like-
thing you gotta check
I must
in
have
on.
fucking, like,
It's-
blanked that one
it's
out.
Busy work to an extent.
We did some changes there. So we did slow down. We made them take longer, and proportionally, in some cases, increase the rewards.
Okay.
The intention there being, of course, that way you have to deal with it less.
Yeah.
And
Talking
it's not the
boats.
focus of the league anymore.
Yeah,
so
yeah, it's
we
not
don't
the
we don't want it
focus,
to be
so-
overtaking what you're doing all the time.
Yeah. And look, I expect these things to be a bit divisive. 100%. Some people love it, some people don't. And
Hate
that's
it.
great.
Delete-
that's everything
delete
in
boats.
PoE, and that's everything we add. And you can choose to do it. You can choose not to do it. Maybe you
not the
choose
case
to
this
just
time.
do the crops and do the shipments and not worry about all the other stuff to do with it. Maybe you just use the map runners.
No,
and put
this
all your
is
gold
dumb.
investment into that. There will be other ways to spend gold in the future. Maybe because you don't want to deal with them, you build up an excess, and then all of a sudden we add the gambling strongbox from PoE 2 or something like that to sink the rest.
Yes,
Who knows?
do.
Yeah, we'll see.
Do it so good.
No, the
It's a fun-
having
it's a fun
having
strongbox.
shipments here is
But,
stupid.
That will come to PoE 1, I promise you.
100%.
So, there'll be
What about
ways to do
Golden
it, but,
Sanctum
we'll
and
feel it
Heist?
out and see
Yeah.
how much gold
What about
people are
that?
getting relative to losing as well a bit, and then see. But the intention here is that if it's feeling annoying and how
Wait,
much
if
you have
I've
to
had
deal
that
with it,
enabled
then,
for this
we've
long,
missed
why
the
does
mark
no
and we'll
one
probably
use
even,
it?
Adjust things a bit further as well.
Okay, yeah.
But again, like everything, it's up to you.
You
Your
guys
agency,
spam
your
fucking
choice.
Joel,
You
but
touched on
never
an interesting
use
point,
the
because I
the
felt
salt
before it
emote.
was an optional because it was there and it was free stuff. So why wouldn't you do it? But now you're actually, both in terms of gold, but also your passive application. Like, are you actually even investing in having those ores appear versus something else? So it's not necessarily just like a free thing on top that you're obligated to do. It's now a more conscious decision.
I
right?
could see it
Joel
feeling
is funnier,
mandatory,
fair.
and if it does feel mandatory, then we've missed the mark a little
So
bit
you
for
don't.
sure.
You want to avoid that.
I don't want
Uh-huh.
it to feel so mandatory, but that being said, I also wouldn't want it to feel so terrible that you never want to engage with it. So there's always a fine line to hit. And
But there's stuff you can only get.
Nah,
from there, so
salt's
there's
fun.
always
I
gonna be
like
that
salt.
element.
yeah, for
Like,
sure. If
yeah.
you want to get the tattoos and rune grafts, and some of those rune grafts, a lot of them are like pretty crazy.
Salt's a nice
off-build
change
stuff,
from
and
Joel.
There's a good set of like chase ones in there, and there's some pretty crazy stuff in there to get. But I think it's a better system. I like the idea that now Settlers is giving 2 different passive tree mechanics that can coexist as the rewards, aside from obviously recombinating and map running and stuff. But as opposed to like just the freaking insane enchants that you were getting on your weapons
so
before.
The enchants are gone then. This replaces that, which I think most
they
people
were
expected.
they were a little bit much on the power creep axis. It was kind of just a bit crazy, but I wouldn't say that we won't see some sort of weapon enchant system back in the future.
Yeah.
And we're a bit more regulated and stuff like that, but because there's room for that, there's design space for that, but we never know what form. But I like that Settlers is where you go to get your alternate passive tree stuff. I think for changing masteries and changing nodes, I like that as the the reward from it.
It was a pretty funny reveal of the live reveal of the recombination changes, because everyone was like, "Oh no, you did it! You got rid of the old one and replaced it with this." But then obviously the old one's still there.
We're here seeing all of the L's, and then I'm like, "Don't worry, they'll come back. They'll come back. It's all right."
It was very entertaining from our perspective.
So that's all right. And then all of a sudden, L's www saved. I love it. I very thoroughly enjoy watching chat. Yeah.
So you kept the old version of recombination. Is that changed or nerfed in any way, or is that just as it was?
The old
I think we've pretty much moved on from
I can't speak to that with an absolute
the stuff that I wanted to hear anyway. I don't like that shipments are back. I don't like that it's back, but like it's not as bad as I thought it would be. So I don't know. We'll have to wait and see on that. I'm gonna play the league and try it out and see how it goes. I'm gonna take a short break and then we're gonna go into Khazan. That's the plan. Yeah. I'm gonna play the league. We're gonna see how it goes. If shipments aren't as annoying as they used to be, I'll be happy. If they are, well, dead game, I guess. So I'll be back in a few minutes and yeah. Then we can play some Khazan, I guess. Actually, I might as well. Give me a second. I might as well do this as well while I'm here. Hold up. I'll press the button. There we go. Boop. Brody on Exile. Hello, hello, hello. Ugh. Looks like a burrito? Yes, I do. Brody got exiled from Australia. Please add made Brody emote. Oh, that? I can certainly add that. That's a thing I can do. I'll need to crop it out, but I can certainly add that if oh, is that a cropped version? I can certainly add that. Anyway, did the stream freeze for anyone else? It's true. Imagine if fucking the first death of the day is when I'm not actually here. Let's go to Khazan. The First Berserker. Okay. Well, this GGG live was... it's kind of a repeat of State of Play. It's kind of like most... Okay, actually, I would say it was better. It was a lot better than what State of Play was, right? State of Play was a fucking disaster. This was like mostly fine. Mostly good, in fact. The only bad part is shipments going core. Already might freeze if you take some... It's not even that cold, right? Australians just don't know how to deal with the cold, and it's comfy. Like, I could turn the heater on, right? But I don't want to. Plot twist, he's not wearing anything under this. No, I would wear some... On stream, I would wear something under it. There's a debate for when I'm not on stream. So I think it's... Yeah, the sun's coming up now. I probably will take this off afterwards if it starts warming up a bit. But, you know, it is what it is. Anyway, how you guys doing? What has your life been treating you with? Also, there was that video from before. Let me actually play that now with the audio. Plot twist, Brody never wears anything from his waist down. I'll need to angle my camera up a little bit higher for that. I love old computers. There's just some nice vibe about some of the old racing that people did. Like modern racing, you know, it looks pretty, all this nice stuff. But like classic racing, there is something really special about, like, you know, an anime race from 2006. Linux, anime, desktop, 2000, you know, some like ancient rice. Let's see if we can find one. Let's get even better, like 1999. I'm finding too many modern ones. Modern ones are too clean. I want something where there's just like a Miku picture or some like Toho picture on the background. Classic racing is like Japanese tuned Hyundai. Exactly. Miku in 2006. Well, you know what I mean. Like, the fucking Toho, Evangelion, maybe some Bebop. Maybe a Sailor Moon rice. What year was what year did Miku first come out? I don't remember. But yeah, like classic Linux desktop racing is a lot more reminiscent to like Japanese car racing, where like you look at like modern Japanese car races and they're still just as fucking chaotic. I know what Miku is. I'm not sure what year Miku came out. Like what year was the software? I got into the whole Miku meme because of the Brazilian Miku. I forgot about that. Yeah, what year was the first Vocaloid software? I don't know. Okay. What year? Yeah. When you search what year, the first... Oh my god. Okay, let's close this. Sorry, we need to address this. On Google, when you search what year is it? What years are Gen Z? What years are Gen X? What year was 9/11? What year did COVID start? Jesus fucking Christ. Holy. People were born after 9/11? What if I told you that people born in 2007 were going to be adults this year? By the way, care about this, but I really want to take you to here in Egypt with over 1 million subs. Just switched from Windows to Linux Mint. A lot of people are genuinely interested and want to try Linux after it. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, just send the link and I will check it out. Depending on how long the video is. I don't know, I may not watch it today just because it'll already be like a 6-hour stream if I go to when I would normally if I play the game for how long I would normally play it for. So I might save that for tomorrow. Do I understand Arabic? Oh, okay. Well, I don't care then. No, I don't. I thought you mentioned it because like you mentioned there was a video about it. I thought you were mentioning that because like it was a video that I would be able to watch. He knows what SSH is now. Based. We love Vulkan shaders. I thought with us compiling the Vulkan shaders once, they would have been fine. I didn't think it'd make us fucking do it again. At least it's going a little bit faster than it did before. Not as fast as I would like it to go, but you know, you win some, you lose some. Nah, it should be done in like 10 seconds. Eight, 7, 6. What? I've got a 3600X and a 6750 XT. I'm not exactly running the greatest of hardware. Okay, we should be good. Shut up. It's on a fucking SSD. This game just loves to throw warnings when it's running in Proton. It's like, oh, you're on an old version of Windows. Oh, you're on the wrong drive. Shut up, just play the game. The game does have, plenty of stutters, like always. Let's blame Denuvo. Is this the Denuvo game? I actually don't know. I know Ren is, like, very hard against, like, he won't touch anything with Denuvo. Like, he was saying, I'm not going to play Kingdom Hearts 4 if it has Denuvo. I'm not going to play Persona 6 if it has Denuvo. Don't step me like that, Step Berserker. Yes, Khazan has Denuvo. That would explain a lot then. That would explain plenty. By the way, the video about the Windows edit looks cool. For people like me who want a way to edit from the terminal but don't necessarily need something powerful like Vim, it's a decent and good alternative to Nano. It does, yeah, it is a pretty good, good-looking alternative to Nano. Yeah, it's a pretty good option. I was kind of surprised with it, to be honest. Like, I went into it being like, haha, funny Windows text editor. It's actually not bad, which is good. Try to switch Proton version, you might get banned for 24 hours. I don't know if a Proton version I'm actually running. I feel like I'm running it with... I want to say I swapped over to 10 GE, but I might not have. Yeah, I think I might still be... I reckon I might still be on 9. Could be misremembering, though. I know when 10 came out, a lot of people were actually having problems with it. I know, I think Kylo was saying that he, like, for some reason, like, V2 Studio wasn't working. Or it was working, but, like... but it wasn't letting him, like, resize the window properly. Which is weird, because you don't really see regressions in Proton like that. And there we go. Like, I've never really... okay, no, I have seen regressions, but it hasn't been, like... It's been a couple of years ago, I would say, since I last saw a big regression. Where I saw a game where it's like, I have to run an old... Oh, I've heard the right thing. Where it's like, I have to run an old version. And it's good, because Proton nowadays is pretty solid. Take you, and you. And then we bonk. And now you're dead. I don't know, what's been your experience with Proton? Like, has it been, like, pretty solid for you? Have you ever, like, have you ever run into any issues with, like new versions breaking games? At least, like, have you run into problems like that for a while? Because I would say the last time I ran into that, probably... I reckon I was dealing with an old game. Which I guess kind of makes sense, because it's... Like, fewer people are going to be testing it, so if there are problems, like... I guess it kind of makes sense. It's weird, because usually older games are kind of like... It's either going to be working perfectly... Or you're just going to run into the weirdest fucking issues. You have no idea why they exist. Did you get to try Pika after the interview with the devs? Shows pretty good numbers for gaming. It's consistently above Kashi, especially with Hyperland. I just use Arch, but I have been meaning to try out the Kashi kernel. I pressed the wrong button. Okay, we didn't die. Almost. Almost, though. Mean to try Bazite, but recently I started my journey on OpenSUSE. How's that been going for you? I hear very mixed things about OpenSUSE. Well, okay. To be fair, I hear mixed things about OpenSUSE because I talked to the Linux cast, and he has mixed opinion or mixed experiences with OpenSUSE. Wait. I will die with Fedora. Understandable. Every time I speak to Neil, he tries to get me to use OpenSUSE. I didn't die. Ooh, there we go. Yeah, every single time I talk to Neil, Neil Gompa, Code and Kudo. Did I say OpenSUSE? I meant Fedora. Sorry, I misspoke. No, he actually does both. He's actually involved in OpenSUSE as well. Not to the same extent. Yes, he does do everything. But no, every time I talk to Neil, he tries to get me to use Fedora. I just... Like, I get it, right? Like, Fedora's great and all, but, like, I'm happy on Arch, and at the end of the day, I would just end up rebuilding Arch on whatever I use anyway. So for me, it's like, it just really doesn't make any sense to make that choice. I should really go get that currency back. The UI on OpenSUSE looks dated. I don't even know what you mean by that. Because it's just using, like, GNOME or KDE or whatever. Like, I don't know what you mean by the UI looks dated. Okay, I should go back and get those drops again. Can I just bonk you and bonk you? Yeah, you didn't die from that for some reason. Why did you not? Okay, I'm actually kind of confused why you didn't die in one shot. Go. It was over there, I believe. Okay. Try OpenSUSE. Wait. Was that the OpenSUSE software management? The OpenSUSE software management apps. What? Oh, okay. So that actually, yeah, that was an elite. Okay. Oh, you're the one I died on, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Wait, there's a different one now. Wait, does it actually... I know they respawn when I die. I guess they must, like... They must entirely change when I die as well. This feels like a trap. I feel like I'm getting baited. This is gonna explode, isn't it? No? Okay, well, I'll take it. Well, we have the key now, so I guess we can just go back to where I was before. Let's do something like a wall I could break in here. I don't really know what I'm looking for the breakable walls, because I broke one on accident. So I don't actually know what the criteria is. So that's where I started. I guess let's just keep going. So I got asked a question recently. I wasn't really sure how to answer it. If you were dealing with someone, like you often deal with people that are coming over from the Windows side, right? Like, oh, I'm swapping from Linux to from Windows to Linux. But if you're dealing with someone from macOS, what would you recommend as the distro you like give to them? Like, would it be the same thing that you recommend for a Windows user? Would it be the same desktop? Because when I got asked that, I really wasn't sure how to answer that question. Endeavor OS. Why Endeavor OS? Mac is technically immutable, so vanilla. Is it technically immutable? Well, here's the thing about the distro, right? Like, whether it's immutable or not, I think at the end of the day, the user really cares about, like, the functionality. How the module works is sort of less of a concern, I would say. It's like, does it do everything they want it to do? And does it do it in a way that, like, they understand? That was an awful fight.
What's a coward?
The core system is, though. I guess that makes sense. Mac is actually very close to Linux, more than Windows. Mac is Unix-like anyway. I don't like that as an answer. Okay. Mac is Unix-like in the same way that the PS3 operating system is Unix-like. Yes, it has a Unix base, for sure. But at the same time, you don't have to ever interact with Unix to use macOS. Like, you never have to open the terminal. You never have to... like, use any... you never have to use a shell. You never have to use any, like, Linux app... any, like, Unix applications. Like, it doesn't feel like a great answer. Oh. Oh, hello. Oh. I thought he was like an NPC for a second. I am playing very badly. Okay. Back away. Come over here. I don't want to deal with you near that guy. Okay. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm not dead. Almost dead. How did I not die there? Genuinely don't know how I didn't die there. More important, Mac user doesn't even care about what Unix is. Exactly. Like, that's sort of my point, right? Like, okay, I wouldn't say that entirely, right? Because this is like a weird thing that I noticed. Most of my lecturers at university were macOS people. And the reason they were macOS people is because they used to be Unix people. So for them, like, macOS was basically like, it was modern Unix. It was like modern corporate Unix. So like, I wouldn't say no one, but the vast majority of macOS people are like, you know, the people who buy a Mac because they think that, I don't know, they can't do, like, I don't know, they think that some fucking web browsing thing they do works better on Mac or something dumb. Like, the vast majority are not people that need a Mac. Yeah, there's definitely that, like, social aspect to it, for sure. But you do have to acknowledge the like, 50-year-old lecturers who use macOS because it's modern corporate Unix, right? Like, those people do exist. Then they're a small group of people, but they absolutely do exist. And I do think more of those people probably have moved over to Linux now. But it's still... You still have those people, right? And I get it, right? Like, you used Unix in the 80s. You want to use corporate Unix today. I get it. I think in a lot of cases they could get away with, they would be perfectly fine using Linux. But, like, they don't really feel comfortable using it. I get it. Sorry, I keep getting lost with where I need to go here. No, that's the way with the chest. Here. Mac was a genuinely decent OS. Wait, no, that's where I came from. Yeah, I don't hate macOS. I just haven't really used it actively in a long time. Like, I would say the last time I daily drove macOS was Mavericks. And the only reason why I stopped daily driving it isn't because, like, I didn't like it anymore. It's kind of a twofold reason. One, I switched to Linux. Two, I was running an old device and I couldn't upgrade to anything new. Like, I was running a 2012 MacBook Pro at that point. And it was starting to become a problem. Maybe it was actually newer than Mavericks. I don't know. I was definitely like... I was a good couple of years after the release of the device. So it was starting to become a problem. Things I wanted to run were getting slower. I was switching to Linux. My 2014 MacBook Pro runs Sonoma. What is, what year did Sonoma... Just give me the year it released in. Was it skew or gradient heavy? I don't remember. macOS. Yeah... Was it Mavericks? Maybe it was Yosemite. No! Hold up. Wait. No, wait, am I going backwards? Oh, proceeded. Mountain Lion. No, hold on, I am going backwards. Okay. Mavericks there. Yosemite. Maybe it was El Capitan. I don't remember. I thought it was Mavericks. Maybe it was El Capitan instead. I don't know. It's been a good while since I've used macOS. That's like my core point. Was thinking Sequoia. Sequoia feels a lot new. I'm pretty sure I stopped before the rename. Or was it? Fuck, I don't know, man. It's been so long since I've used macOS. I am like a lot of the versions are blending together. I know I stopped using macOS. Well, I know I stopped using macOS when I started the channel. I had definitely stopped using it at that point because I swapped back to a Windows laptop for about a year. So I was probably using macOS up till 2017, 2018, somewhere in that range. But I don't know if I was running the newest version at the time. I don't know, macOS has that core professional aura. Linux and open source has that crazy rebellious rich install and aura boomer logic. I get it, right? And I would say Linux is getting more of a professional aura as time goes on. As Linux becomes more of like a thing that more professionals use, as it becomes like the like basis for a lot of modern development, like even Windows, right? Like Windows nowadays, Windows developers use Linux. Windows developers, a lot of them make use of WSL. Okay, there's that there, and there's this way. So it's like, yeah, there might be that, like... There might be that, like, vibe to it, for sure. Those... Oh, I thought... Why are the rats clipping through the ground? See... We don't need high quality graphics. Just have the fucking rats fade into... Not even fade. They just, like, teleport into the ground. I do think Microsoft is a very different, like, I will make fun of Microsoft, but Microsoft is a very different company than it was back in the 90s. Like, Microsoft back in the 90s genuinely wanted to destroy Linux. They did not, like, go read the, what are they called? The Halloween papers. Like, they genuinely wanted Linux to not exist. Nowadays, they understand why people want to use it and would rather take the value of the system themselves, which I think is a better position to be in. Like, say what you will about Tripoli, but at the same time, I would rather that than being actively hostile. Rats teleporting is not a bug, it's a feature. Absolutely. Nowadays, they kind of depend on the fact that Linux is a key component in the industry, and if it goes away, they screwed. Exactly, yeah. Like, they just do not have the, Neptunia rats. They just do not have the market hold they, like, want to have in the server space. And I don't think they're ever going to be able to have it. So they kind of gave up on that and like, okay, if Unix is going to be the past, the present, and the future, we might as well offer Unix, right? Like, that's why they have a version, that's why they have WSL. That's why they have a Linux distro for the server. Like, that's why they do all of this stuff, because if they can't get rid of Linux, they kind of just have to deal with it. Up or down? Going up. Is this going to be a shortcut back to the earlier area? What is this? I do wish I could use KDE on Windows and macOS. Well, I never got around to making this video, but you actually could. Was it back in KDE 3? Is that what it was? KDE 3, KDE 4? Maybe they got rid of it in KDE 4. But you could run KDE on Windows. 3 and 4. Yeah. And that you can make custom shells on Windows. It's just like, there's so few that exist. Because I guess no one really cares to work on the problem. Like, there's a few shells that exist, but nowhere near the extent that you have on Linux. There has been jokes about that in the past, right? And I do think that would be amusing. I just don't... As funny as it would be if it happened, I just don't see it happening. I think it's a lot more likely that they would sort of offer the... I think what is likely is offering the Linux experience even more core to Windows. So they have WSL right now, but imagine they drop the whole WSL thing and then just, like, make it so you can just load Linux binaries as if you're on Linux. They just make it sort of transparent unless you're a developer.
Wait, I don't want to fight.
Oh?
I'm not with them anymore. I've left that life behind.
Kind of like how X-Wayland works on Wayland.
Pavel, where is he?
The Lord of Polemian. I saw him running down to the cellars with someone. With blonde hair. The Knives Vale second in command went mad and started chasing after them. You don't know Rankus?
Rankus? No, I don't.
He's a real maniac. He'll kill anyone who gets in his way, no matter who they are.
I'll kill him
If you're
first.
smart.
I'm not
try and
smart.
Stay out of his way.
I'm Berserk.
I don't really know, but I'm sure it wasn't just to loot the city. From what I heard, someone high up ordered us to put the city to the torch.
What happened? Did Microsoft and others make it too difficult to port it properly, or did just developers not who wanted it? Well, here's the thing, right? Try to look up KDE Plasma on Windows. You will never find it. there's like one blog post about it, and you can maybe find some stuff on archive.org. It never was popular. So no, I don't think most people even knew about it.
You might want to know.
And if most people don't know about it, most people aren't going to use it.
With the Imperial seal on it.
Imagine an unholy hybrid child of NT plus Linux kernel. That's sort of what I'm imagining, where like you have a Linux as like a core part of Windows. But yeah, there's like no information on it. I don't know if it was just nuked from existence or there never was any information. But like, you can maybe find a couple of Reddit posts where people ask like, hey, does anyone remember this? Imagine if Windows started over with a Unix base. That would be fucking funny. Oh! Is it? Sometimes the webcam can be a bit laggy. There's like a delay that sometimes exists. Let me just... That should be better. I don't know, there's something with like Linux audio and Linux video capture where things can be a bit weird sometimes. Should be better now. If it's not, let me know. Hey! Of all the places to make me fight, does it have to be on a ledge like this? Doing some fucking Dark Souls bullshit. Navigating down ledge nonsense. This is not exactly the place to have combat. Yeah, it's fine now. Yeah, it was just that. I had that happen, like, quite often. I don't really know why. And I don't know if there's a way that I can just, like, automatically fix it. I guess I could, like, write a script maybe that refreshes the camera when I open OBS. I'm curious about the situation when Linux used to have OSS and then switched to OSS. I noticed Arch still has updated OSS packages. So, you can still use OSS. And OSS, I think, is still being developed, I want to say. OSS Linux. Okay, last release 6 years ago. I didn't actually know there were packages on Arch. You wouldn't actually want to use it. OSS has experimental output support for USB audio devices, but no input. You can't have USB microphones with OSS. Okay. Okay, here's why OSS was removed. OSS in 2002 went proprietary. Right. So it temporarily went proprietary, and then they were just like, nope. Nope. Get fucked. And especially back then. Back then, there was a lot more... Like, that's the reason that Xorg exists, because of X386. X386 went proprietary temporarily, and they were like, nope. To be fair, there was a lot of drama in the the X11 community as well. There was a lot of there were developers getting banned from spaces, kind of reminiscent of today, to be honest. But it was a lot of like core developers being banned from stuff, and yeah. Wait, is that that's the one I need to get onto? Yeah. Brody, are there any operating systems made in a different way, something different from the kernel, shell, and user space scheme? I heard some OSs have something called a nucleus instead of a kernel. Yeah, open sound system that's proprietary. Yeah, exactly. It's like OpenAI. Oh, neat. MPV is in home. I'm sorry. Are you a Linux homebrew user? Not yet. Soon. Why? Kind of curious. I don't often hear people using homebrew on Linux. I know it exists. But like, I've never even considered using it. U-Blue Bazite. Why not DistroBox? Because no overhead? Fair enough. Yeah, I get it. That makes sense. I don't know how Homebrew handles its packages. I've never actually considered that. I guess it would make sense to install it in a different way. That would be how it works cross-platform. Why not Snap? I don't even know if Snaps work on Bazite. I don't know if they even have them enabled. I would presume they do. But I've never even considered it. Oh, is that the boss? Okay. Now, before we go in there, I probably should deal with my gear. Ooh. New spear. Guard penetration. I like penetration. So that is the Deep Shadow set. Huh. Okay, so that goes up from heavyweight to plate. Huh. Can I... Is that a... Does that work? That takes us down to B. Oh, that takes us well in... Wait, no, wrong one. Yeah, that takes us just barely into B. Huh. Wait, that one's better. Put that one on instead. But I have a question. I have a good guest suggestion for Tegra T. Model Citizen PS3. Probably the most knowledgeable person alive about using Linux on a PS3. He's live on YouTube. Oh, absolutely. I would love to talk to someone like that. Oh, for sure. Give me a second. Model Citizen PS3? Does he have links on here that I can reach out? He has an email address. Oh, 100% I will talk to this guy. Yeah, okay, thank you for that. Yeah, that's absolutely... Please don't go and, like, bother him in his chat, but, like... Yeah, like that, yeah, for sure. For sure. Like, I've had, I had someone do Gen 2 on a PS2. Absolutely would I'd be up for talking to someone about Linux on a PS3. If I swapped from that to the Slayer... I don't think we can do Slayer ones right now, can we? Yeah. How much slower is B, though? Like, it's slower for sure. I don't really know. Maybe it'll be fine. What is that fucking helmet? And if I'm fine with that on B, maybe I can go... I can do that in B as well? What? Look at this fucking look, man. Holy! What the fuck is this? Imagine seeing this slowly approach you. Like, what the fuck do you even do? Do I have the Slayer headpiece? I don't... Okay, that's slightly less intimidating. I don't really care about... the poison resist is cringe. I actually don't care about that. But I don't have another piece of deep shadow, do I? No. Okay, we'll keep this as is then. Something in my teeth. Hmm. Ubuntu is the most popular, but not well liked among certain communities. There we go. This would happen to any distro that was most popular, honestly. I do think that's true, but at the same time, I do think there's definitely something to the choices that Canonical has made. Like, snaps are not a popular... People don't like snaps, right?
Justin! My lord, get out of here!
Wait, he just fucking...
You want to die with him too? Show me it!
Okay, I kind of like this boss. Speaking of heavyweight gear... How many fucking steroids do you do, man?
Stubborn old fool. What are you looking at?
He's dead.
You're still alive.
What in the anime is this weapon? Okay, maybe I need to be a bit more careful with this. One of the... It is a crossbow mace. Or crossbow Great hammer. Okay, he's got the exact kind of attack that I find annoying. Okay. Mr. Fat Roll over here. Okay. I feel like this is gonna be a two-stage fight, by the way. What? I don't like that attack. Okay, there's one attack in there I'm kind of feeling off about. The like, whoop, whoop. It's just like nothing's happening and then bonk. That feels like pure timing on that one rather than learning how he moves. Like that attack. Game it. My timing is way off on that. My timing is way off on this guy. Okay, I don't know what the fuck his movements are. This guy is like peak, what's the word? Delayed attack, which is exactly the kind of attacks that throw me the fuck off. Wait, your HP bar is the one down the center. That's weird. Weird place to put it in a game like this. Not really. It's like... It's pretty normal for like Dark Souls for... Isn't that where it is in Dark Souls? I need to be stop being so aggressive with the using too much of my stamina. I'm used to HP being in the corners. That's fair. I get that. I need to be more careful on that one. Oh, he will just regenerate stamina, completely ignoring you. What? What is that? Okay, considering how much I'm getting, I'm assuming this is not a two-stager. I really need to be more careful about that. Okay, he makes it like a sound effect when he does it. Okay, that actually makes it a tad easier to deal with. Oh my god, okay, he will punish you when you do that. I actually need to listen out for sound effects in this game. I'm playing E33 now. I wasn't expecting that for this game. I thought everything would be well telegraphed. I don't like that. Wait for the sound effect. I get way too cocky with that. No, you can avoid it. You have to dodge. There's no attacks in this game that you have to dodge. So it's a Warhammer crossbow flamethrower. Basically, yes. Fuck! I ran out of stamina. I ran out of stamina with that hit. Honestly, I would say this fight, like, the biggest challenge is stamina management. Because his hits do a lot of stamina damage. So you have to kind of, like, keep your stamina high. I don't like that. I really don't like that attack. Menacingly approaches. I got cocky there. Okay. One hit literally cripples you. I got the timing way off on that. Okay, he had not done that one before. If I wasn't doing stamina damage with my weapon, I don't know how I would ever cripple him. I love fighting melee characters that have a lot of fucking range. They're great. You can't even get away from them temporarily. Why did I get lit on fire? What did I touch there? I do not know the timing for that attack. Okay. This is one of the first bosses I fought where I genuinely feel like I don't know what his timing is. Like that attack, that combo throws me way off. I do not know the timing on it. What? What? That's new. Is he stuck in the wall? Oh no. Honestly, this feels worse than I think a Lance boss would feel. What? What the fuck was that? Okay. Oh, lovely. Oh, now I'm on fire. I was already lit on fire. I couldn't do anything there. I had no heals left. I didn't have fire resist in my, or fire cleanse in my item belt. Oh, okay. Okay, this is a rough one, actually. I think when I beat this is gonna be one of the first bosses where I don't actually understand it. Like, there's some mechanics here I just don't get. Like, that's fine, but there's that like quick combo he does. It just does not click with me. I have no idea what he's doing. Same with the kick. The kick timing just seems odd. Like that. Like, like there's no build up. Like when the kick lands across the entire map. Fuck! Fuck! that timing as well. It is not clicked yet. Oh, I have no heals left, and we're on fire. Oh, we weren't up. Okay. Sort his moves in your head by type. It's not really how things work for me, but... Oh my god, I actually got the timing right. What the fuck? I can more consistently dodge the kick. I don't know why. And that one I'm just like, I'm just not being near. As opposed to actually getting it right. Bad. Oh my god, I actually got through that? Like that. It's just like there's no build-up swing to it. It's just no attack, attack. No attack, attack. I love those. I love those kinds of attacks. They're great. They're so nice to play against. And that one I just fucked up timing on. That one I usually get. He only understands ones and zeros. Okay. Oh, right, that was the fucking AoE. I should have just got away from that. Oh my god, I actually got it. We love fire. Honestly, it's actually just better to not be near that attack. I genuinely have no idea what to do with the fire. I actually have no idea how do I dodge, you don't have enough stamina to dodge the fire. I genuinely do not know how that attack's supposed to work. I ran it down too much. Why did I do that? Okay. What? What? Stream girls are pretty chill for now. Just wait a bit. We are playing basically Dark Souls, so if you want to see me not being chill, you're in the right place. What do you mean, what the fuck? I literally said I was going to be streaming at this time. I've been streaming for like 3.5 hours. Like I said yesterday, I was going to be live for GGG. Most of it just stays on the Brody on Games YouTube channel. I also upload clips over to Brody Robertson Reacts for specifically like the React segment. Okay, so he will punish you if you attack him too much in that stage. I hate that. Oh, so you do sub to that one. Okay, okay. Yeah, so this is the channel where I actually get the React clips. I don't know if you can block that. Because I've just been dodging the entire time. And that seems to work relatively well. Yeah, it's because I woke up at 4 in the morning and it was, or like 4:30, it was cold. Fucking slam! Okay, we're at 4 heals this time. Some way to do it, just go to the opposite side of the map. But it seems... It seems to work. Okay. Fuck! Oh no. Oh, that... We could have had him... We could have had him down to the next section. What is that? Whenever it seems like things are going well, it's like, hey, here's a new move. Enjoy. Jesus Christ. We love it. We fucking love it. They already hacked the Switch too. Kinda. Oh? Honestly, doesn't surprise me. Oh, MVG post? Let's have a look. User let me guess. Is it a bug with WebKit? I wonder. Okay, we don't. It doesn't really show it. Just shows like what's being done. Let me just double check just in case there's anything here that I can't show you. There's nothing to show you here. It's literally just someone demonstrating that it's possible. They're not posting how it's being done. So there's literally nothing to show you. Okay. Yeah. I remember people saying like, oh, they're gonna make it. It's gonna be impossible to hack the Switch too. It's software. People are gonna make it happen. No matter what you do, it's gonna happen. Also, you're dealing with Nintendo consoles, which a lot of people like. So... what am I doing? Oi! God damn it. Okay. Okay. Like, I would be more surprised if there wasn't an exploit day one, to be honest. Okay. Fucking miss input! Oh my god! What is that? What is that? Oh my god. Okay. Right. That's an insta-kill if we get hit by that. Fuck you. Pie hole, my beloved. I love my pie hole. I like sticking pies in my hole. Awful. Why did I heal there? Fucked it, fucked it. Awful. This is an awful run. He's gonna spin to win. Oh! Oh, you can just walk to your left. Okay. Okay, that's actually a lot less intimidating than I thought it was. You just get away and then just walk to your left. Okay, right. Fuck's sake. Fuck's sake. Fuck's sake. Okay, fire spinning is way less scary than I thought it was. There's still the other scary moves, though. Like, him impaling you and you immediately dying. I don't know what the timing is for that move. I have literally no idea. I'm just guessing. Scuffed, but it works. Oh my fucking god. Awful start, but... I pressed the wrong button. I accidentally pressed block when I meant to run backwards. I don't think this is gonna be the run. Okay. Oh, that's that. I thought it was gonna be spin to win. Okay. If this ends up being the run, this is so bad. What? What? That should have been... I should have been far enough away! Maybe you still have to kind of run for some of it. Maybe if you're too close, you still will have to run. Bad timing. What am I doing? Or if I did my RB quicker, I would have got that. There we go. That's what we're looking for. That's supposed to, stop fucking with the start. That's supposed to be the easiest part. You are right. I agree. I thought that was the other attack for a second. Okay, I did not get hit by that. Don't know how I didn't get hit by that, but I'll take it. Okay. It's fine. I'm alive. I'm alive. I'm bad, but I'm alive. I have no idea what the timing is on the slam. The slam timing makes no sense. Okay. First one. It's only gonna be fast attack. I knew what it was. I still got my timing wrong though. Okay. At least I'm more consistently getting to fire stage now. I'm not gonna deal with that. No. You do not get to do that. Oh, I didn't even see it die. Really? Okay, whenever he does that, I don't have any idea what to do. The run and gun is fucking awful. Everything else I feel like I'm kind of getting. I say then that immediately I start doing really badly in this run. No, we're resetting that one. No, we're resetting. Yeah, I say I start doing better and then immediately fucking just die. Upgrade stats. Wait, Borderlands 2 is free now, but has become spyware? What? Wait, what do you mean? Do you mean the new terms of service? So that's the only thing I can think of that you're talking about. Of the problems that Borderlands 4 is going to have, stealing your user data is going to be one of the less important ones. No, couldn't get enough. Okay. No! Come on! Come the fuck on! That's the only attack that's killing me now. I really don't like that attack. Okay. Okay, he's gonna do gun mode. Just easier to run away from that than try to get a hit in. Okay. Okay. Oh, you really? Okay, whatever. It's fine. Fine. We never learnt one of his attacks. Fine. I'll take it.
General Khazan. Is it really you? Great General.
I never learnt how to deal with his run dash or his run and gun.
Tristan. Why are you with that traitor?
Purely luck that I won that he didn't use that ability.
No, you don't understand, General. Pavel only pretended to betray you. To help you.
Sure.
I do not believe you. Why didn't you return when you had the chance?
Oh!
At the Emperor's command, we were sent to quell the border conflict. Yet found all quiet there when we arrived. As per your orders, we had with us your written commands, permitting us to withdraw and return through Vitalon. But, on the way, we were ambushed by bandits, who took us by surprise and stole the written commands.
Why are you upset? You just finished the game and move on. No, I want to learn every skill. No, I need to get good at every skill. That's the important thing.
Who saved us.
What image did Ren share? Look, you know we can find out. Okay, I can't find out because my curse is locked to
I
this.
had to get to the Imperial Palace.
I'll take a look in a second.
There, I was arrested for aiding you in the crimes against the Empire that they said you were guilty of. It was Pavel
Victory?
who saved
It was
me.
victory, yes.
Great General.
We beat the boss. Usually there's no
Told
boss
me how
after a
all this was
cutscene.
a plot by the Emperor. From the moment
I can relate,
he sent
yeah,
us to the
exactly.
borders, we were to be labeled as traitors.
Oh, I never re-enabled the, I never re-enabled the TTS, did I?
I swear to you, Pavel is not your betrayer.
There we go.
Pavel, my old friend.
Should be enabled now.
Sorry for misjudging you.
Time for regrets later, General. I don't think those bandits were acting on their own. Find them. They're called the Knives Vale Gang, and their lair is a place called Nadin.
Nat in your mouth.
Fist.
Fist. True. Yeah, what is this thing about Borderlands 2? I saw what you said, but I'm confused about what you said. That Imgur link is not even being treated like a link in my search engine. What the fuck? Or in my browser, sorry. Oh, is this it? Yeah, this is... A lot of this is very much taken out of context. Mods are a bannable offense, they're not. Display of cheats, bannable offense, they're not. The forced arbitration, that's a concern. You can be banned for a VPN. No, it's not exactly the case. Cannot access game on a virtual PC. Also not exact. Like, none of this is... Like... what happened is there was some like YouTubers who read the TOS changes initially and like jumped to the worst possible interpretation. It's not like it's not exactly what's going on. I would recommend checking out some of the more recent videos on the topic.
At first, they were just the usual Borderlands scavengers.
Borderlands?
But now they've become something else.
I also didn't give a shit about Borderlands 4 because Borderlands 3 was garbage and pre-sequel was eh.
Who gives them their orders? Who do you think? The Emperor. Their leader, Maluka, is his obedient dog, doing whatever foul deeds he commands. Why did the Emperor betray you, Great General? Because he was jealous of you and your great name.
Ooh, he was
reputation. You were a hero to the people of the Empire.
I am.
The man
that's good to know.
The Berserk Dragon. And so you became a threat to him.
Mm-hmm.
He had to make you a traitor and criminal. With your commands stolen by his bandit allies, what proof was there that withdrawing from the border wasn't us planning to attack the Imperial Palace?
Guess we'll go back to the crevice. Yeah, as it stands, Borderlands 2 is the only Borderlands game people actually, like, a lot of people actually want to play. And hey, it's not going to change with, Mr. Randy Pitchford being like, if you're poor, you can work out how to buy my game. Fuck you.
Are strong enough. Tell me, what do you desire? You require more soul stones to unlock more effects.
Randy really ruined the company. He certainly ruined the image.
You're seething with anger. Such excellent motivation.
Well, right now, doctors are already using AI. A lot of them are using it for interpreting x-rays. A lot of them are using it to, like, write up medical records, like, or, like, to like, I guess, how would you say it? Like, write it in a brief form, things like that. Here's the thing, right? Like, yes, Borderlands 3 was their best-selling game, but also Borderlands 3 is their most disliked game, right? And you never see the sort of, how would you say it? You never see the effect of your bad actions until 2 or 3 projects down the line, right? As a great example, Halo. So, people loved Halo on the 360. And it's kind of been going downhill for a while. Infinite, a lot of people really don't like. And you've had, like, other games people, like, it's this, like, sort of middling, I don't really care. And you're seeing a lot of, like, negative sentiment build up. So, whatever comes after that is very likely going to be sort of like a failure on that. And it's kind of like the same thing with Pokemon, right? Like, Sun and Moon was fine. No one, like, you know, people loved Pokemon as a kid. DS Pokemon's amazing. 3DS Pokemon, that's when you start seeing, like, some, like, questionable changes. People still liked X and Y. People still like Sun and Moon. And then you start getting to the Switch games where it's, like, Sword and Shield, Scarlet and Violet. It's just, like, you're seeing a couple of bad, like, really bad projects in a row. Eventually, that is going to come bite them. Here's the thing with Borderlands 4. If they charge $80 for it, it's still going to sell really well. But it's going to build so much negative press that whatever they do afterwards either has to be, like, Elden Ring level, or they have to cut the price. The other thing with the thing with Pokemon also is there's no competition. That's the benefit Pokemon has. Whereas looter shooters, how many looter shooter games are there? And also, even if there was competition to Pokemon, people are attached to Pokemon. So it's got like, Pokemon's got a buff. It's got like a 30-year nostalgia buff.
Yours. Use it.
Because Nintendo patents their stuff, they definitely do, yes. To be fair, that new Digimon game looks pretty good.
Being a lord
like, in all honesty, it does look
never
pretty
stopped
good.
Pavel from helping the Bantu.
I guess we'll grab these as well. Yeah, I am excited for Digimon Persona. Digimon Persona looks pretty good. Personamon. Yeah, that's what we call it. Personamon.
Oh, look at that. A new design.
I don't really care about any of this stuff. Oh, right, I completely forgot about the Last Ronin. Fuck, I completely forgot that was even going to be a thing. Personamon. Personamon. Guess we'll lock that, and... No. Is that... Lock that one, unlock that. Do that. It would be nice if the game starts giving us spears, you know, the weapon I'm actually using. But no. That's a better version of that. Better version of that one. Garbage. That is worse. The slightly better version. Ooh, Furious Bandit's Pole. Oh, that would be the gear that we just got from the boss there. Which one's the best? That's garbage. That's... Do you have another Nomad one? Butcher, we slightly better. Now we're in the stage of Brody unlocks gear and hoards every single base item he can find, even if I'm never gonna use the set. This is the way I play every single game. I just collect armor sets as I go through the game. I know I had Hound Gators. Did I not have... Wait, did I not have Hound Gators? I did. Since you like PoE, have you played Grim Dawn? I am aware of Grim Dawn. I have not played it, though. 189... Okay, that's better. Bard Shoes. Slightly better. Devourer of Darkness shoes. Very serious repairer boots. Worse. Probably should check these rings, see if any of them are any good. Also, right. I've got 13 points to mess with on this skill tree. Oh, maybe I should have a look. Maybe I should do something with this. Increased damage of counterattack, absolutely. Don't really care about Javelin that much. What is that? Indomitable Spirit, increase the amount of spirit gained upon performing a Brink Guard. Guess we'll grab that. I had 13 levels I hadn't used. For this boss, like during that boss fight. There's so few cases where brutal attack can actually be used. It's just not really worth keeping around. Maybe I'll add it back afterwards. I don't know. Full Moon and Crimson Strike are enhanced in proportion to the remaining duration of moon. Okay, yeah, worth it. Oh, we can keep it going infinitely by guarding and dodging. I don't really like having additional dodges. Well, I do, but I feel like I'd get way too used to it. Like, get way too comfortable with it and then just can't really use anything else. I probably should unlock new RB attacks, shouldn't I? That's cringe. We don't care about that. Eagle Wind. The amount of stagger inflicted increases with each strike. That could be nice. What about Chain? What is this? Press Y during swift attack, dodge attack, rod smite, or 0 point. Wait. What is that? I don't really care about that. Press Y during a swift attack. So it's like you can combo the attack more. Okay, I'll grab that. Oh, so you can choose... Wait. Ah, okay, okay. Right, so you can either choose this one or this one. Okay, what is this? Drive your spear into the ground for a leverage and deliver a powerful kick. Deals stamina damage to enemies whose stance is not broken. Press Y after the attack to reposition yourself behind the enemy. I think that honestly probably is going to work better. After image thrust. What is this one? Trance. I don't really like the sound of that. Maybe grab... Was there anything else over here that maybe was useful? Spin the spear, cringe. Okay, I don't know, maybe that has value. I think we'll take that one. Getting to be able to charge it. Honestly... Ooh, okay, we'll grab that one for his increased Crescent Strike. Okay, cool.
Pavel was the first.
Like, I have these things I can craft.
I know someone who was literally about to use FreeBSD because he had really strict criteria for his OS of choice. Not corpo-backed, no systemd, not a fork and binary-based. Literally the only distro that fulfilled these criteria was Void Linux.
Oh, you can change what rank you created at? Oh, that's cool. So, not corpo back, no systemd, not a fork, and binary based. Literally the only dish that... No, oh yeah, okay, not a fork. Yeah, if you're gonna say not a fork, there's very few things you can look at then.
Don't play your games with us.
Quiet, Phantom. I need you to find my Kaleido box. I might have lost it in the Silent Temple. It'll be useful to you, too. So, you'll want to find it.
Yeah, if you're looking for something that is not corpo-backed, like, that immediately limits what you can use. Like, any well-developed distro is going to be corpo-backed. And then looking for something that's not a fork, well, that's even harder, I would say. I guess maybe you could look at something like, what's it called? The one that's often used in containers. I think it starts with an Alpine. Alpine is what I'm thinking of. Alpine will sort of would also fit that criteria, I believe.
It's okay, it's okay. Can't get all worked up over this. Gotta stay calm. Sorry, I got a bit carried away there. But seriously, find those jars soon, all right? I'll make it worth your while.
I'm sure you will. Yeah, Alpine is not typical GNU Linux. Fair enough. I didn't know that was part of the criteria. Oh, okay, so we already have that. The jars are such a fucking weird mechanic. I only have 25 more days till I can fight for a refund for my controller. It is crazy that you haven't got it yet.
Being a lord of the Empire never stopped Pavel from helping the Bantu. Looking back, he was such a kind-hearted man.
Oh my god. Hello... Legs.
This can't go on. We've got to stop the Knives Veil before they do any more harm.
Right. Yeah, whatever you said.
Lord Pavel played along with the Emperor. Kept suspicion of himself while trying to save us. That's the only reason I'm still here. But he never forgave himself for being unable to save you as well. If only he had the chance to see you again. It would have meant so much to him.
Brody reduced her entire existence to legs. Why, honestly, right? Like, how could I not? What is this, again, what is this armor set? Like, totally normal armor set, and then it's like, peak female armor design. Now, I'm not complaining, don't get me wrong. But, how could I not make it a key focus? If it never shows up, I'm gonna get it from the same reseller I got the faceplate from. It'll be more expensive, but that faceplate has already arrived, and I ordered it after the controller. Jesus. Yeah, that is a fucking mess. Ooh, gear augmentation. Okay, I knew that'd be a thing eventually. After Oksana insistence, I found myself on my way to the Silent Temple. She was adamant that we retrieve something called the Kaleido Box, claiming it would be crucial to our journey. Phantom urged me to comply, citing Oksana's gruff demeanor. There's clearly something about her that makes even Phantom wary. The Emperor was behind the Knives Veil, the very group that destroyed Polemion and stole my commands. Emperor Palmeria accused me of ordering his army to retreat against his wishes and branded me a traitor for crimes I did not commit. I'll make the Knives Veil and their leader pay for this. I guess we can do Silent Temple first, but I'll be back in just a second. And we'll keep that going. You remind me of an Egyptian movie. Like, what does Sarah mean to you? Boobs. A bipedal pair of boobs. So there is an anime airing right now called Summer Pockets. It's a anime by Key, the people that made Clanad, Angel Beats, things like that. And there's a character in that series called who I don't know why it's like this, but so the main character's name is Heidi. So every opportunity she gets, she just calls him Heidi, which basically is just like a play on the word boobs. And for some reason, like, she also just constantly talks about, any chance she gets, she'll like put her boobs into a conversation. But for some reason, only the main character hears her mention this. Anytime it's brought up to anyone else, they are just like not acknowledging that anything was said. They're like, no, she would never say that. What are you doing? You're just obsessed with boobs yourself. Yes, the company you'll cry at, you'll cry at this anime company. So here's the thing, right? You might cry in more than one way, especially with the classic Key stuff. Because like a lot of Japanese visual novel companies, early Key was an eroge company. Nowadays, Key doesn't generally make eroge, but early Key was an eroge company. So, yeah. Like, Clanad is an eroge. Air is an eroge. Little Buster's an eroge. Like, all of these, like, big Key series, except Angel Beats. Angel Beats is the only one that wasn't, because I believe that started as a light novel.
It feels different to the others. The Kaleido Box. It warps the natural order of things.
Ooh. I didn't realize I was playing fucking PoE right now. Oh my god. Okay, this is... God damn it. I don't like this area. Wait, so can I dodge the fire or not? I'm not even sure. So I thought I dodged it before. But maybe I didn't. Maybe I just imagined that. Either way, I can probably brute force my way through it. Oh, it's this area! Ew!
These traps. The spirits here. There's a power here affecting them.
You want a challenge?
Oh, my chat died. Both my chats died for a bit. I thought no one was talking. Wait, I'm actually gonna drop that ability. That actually makes things worse. Cause now I can't do my moonlight combo in the same way. Yeah, that's actually... No, that actually makes things way worse. What else can we grab then? The sound design in this game is incredibly well done. Wait, you're still here? Wait, have you been here the entire time? Okay, now the Twitch chat overlay should be working. Yes, just been working on stuff. I have no idea how you work on stuff with this stream in the background. I guess we can... I guess we can grab that. Because I do still brink dodge from time to time. Oh, now we're back at the start of this area. Twitch is literally not talking, so I don't know who you're talking to. I was looking at the YouTube side. Someone was talking on the YouTube side. You're not, like, Twitch is not the only platform here. Oh my god, okay. I know Twitch is usually the main thing, but it's not the only platform I'm on right now. Working stuff with you blasting death metal. This is perfectly acceptable. Fair enough. Fair enough. Honestly, just fucking wing it. There we go. Back away, get a heal. Yeah, I generally prefer there to be, like, quiet when I'm working. At least on anything, like, remotely important. Anything I actually want to put my attention into. Okay, let's back away here. How you doing, mate? Whoa! Whoa, whoa, whoa. No, 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 no big counterattacks. No, I'm not gonna die to this guy, am I? Okay, we're alive. Almost died to the archer. Fuck you. And I missed the shot. Of course I did. I like walking while working / studying. I'm a walker thinker. Can't think while sitting for real. I think it's like, it's a good idea to get yourself some fresh air. Whether it's just like walk around your yard or walk around the neighborhood. I do think like getting outside like your working environment is a good idea. Oh yeah, coding while walking, that would be a bit hard. Yeah, sure. Absolutely. But I think if you're thinking through a problem, it's like, you know, you're sitting down trying to work through a problem, you don't really know how to deal with the problem. I think taking a bit of a walk and like clearing your head and like, I guess approaching the problem from a different angle, I guess would, at least for me, does tend to help.
Find it. The ancient matter.
Can't speak for everyone, but that's how it generally goes for me. Oh my god, we have no heals left. Okay, oh, why is the soul stone? Okay, I was never gonna find that. What a random spot to put it. I'm curious what they put as the boss of this area. I actually think Luke Smith has a similar mindset, so this is why he walks around while talking. I think it also makes for a interesting way of doing a YouTube video.
Such intense energy.
Ooh, what is that? Fallen Lord Scroll allows the blacksmith to craft Fallen Lord gear. Ooh. I'm very lucky to live in a place with some really good hiking trails. If I want to clear my head, hiking one of the local hills is always refreshing. That does sound nice. I don't have... Like, I have... Mainly I have good biking trails around here. But I guess you could... Like, there's no reason you couldn't use them as walking trails as well, right? I have basically no heals left. Okay. I'm really trying not to die here. I'm very lucky to live in a place with some really good hiking trails. I read that already. I think the most annoying part of that is people who think they mean well and come over and say, should you be out here by yourself when you can't see? That puts... Oh, I found the thing. No, I get that. I get why people would do that, right? Like, they're not doing... Most people, I imagine, aren't doing it out of spite, right? They're doing it more about, like, out of concern. But at the same time, like, if you have to deal with that all the time, like, I can totally get that being annoying. Oh, the fire disappeared when we went into the rest point. That's weird. What a weird optimization decision that is. Okay. Why not? Wait, what was the boss in this area? Because it's going to be a shadow boss version of that, most likely.
So that's why you're here? Be gone!
Fuck you. You be gone. What? Why did I fall? I don't think it was a mechanic. It's just for some reason when you go into the rest point, they just despawn the fire. I don't really know why you would do that. My assumption would be it's something to do with render layers. Where the fire, I guess, would be like on a it's probably like below the effect layer for like the shader effect for the save area. That would be my only guess for why you would do that. And it's probably just like they put it in the wrong order and just never fixed it because it doesn't really matter that much. Even my first videos were walking around. Yes, they were. Yeah. I think back then a lot of people didn't really know what to do with a Linux channel. So they ended up just like copying the popular channel. And at the time that was Luke. What makes sense here? Damage multiplier, rear assault. I'll show you a rear assault. Can put that one on, and the other one's earth. Got some attack damage there. Actually, that might be a good one to run. Damage increase 1.7%. I'll stick with that for now. I shouldn't die by jumping off here. Yeah, now we're good. Yeah, like my early videos, I really didn't know what I was doing. I kind of said this before, right? But my early channel, I started it because I felt like I could make better videos than what Luke was making. Like, that is actually a key part of why I started the channel. Wait, this wasn't a boss room before.
It belongs to us.
It's not a boss enemy? Wait, so it's just two regular enemies. That's the boss. Okay. The game's clearly intending for me to go for the melee guy first. But, like, why would I do that when I can just go for the caster first? Yeah, I had like a whole eventually I made something entirely different. And bye. That was easy. That might have been the easiest boss fight I've done in the entire game.
Finally decided to show up.
These trifling things are what made you so slow. Pathetic.
Watch your tongue, witch.
At least my Kaleido box is undamaged. Come and see me as soon as you return to the crevice.
That was the boss, yes. That was the boss. Yes. Usually it's a, it's like a recolor of the boss we've already fought. That was just two regular enemies.
Culmination of all my knowledge.
I was worried we'd have to fight, like, the, what was the guy before? The hammer, crossbow, flamethrower guy.
It's the ultimate catalyst, able to alter the very essence of matter. It will need some additional materials before I can properly complete my work. If you bring me what I need, I'll see if I can change their properties. Regardless of the outcome, we have nothing to lose.
Changes the random attributes of your gear and increases its level.
The only person who can help you is you. Now stop feeling sorry for yourself.
Okay, wait. Change attributes. What does this do? Wait, let's use a spear that I don't really care about. Like, this one, I guess. What? Oh, okay, so you can like you can re-roll those attributes. I see. Okay. So if you don't want guard stamina damage decrease, you can roll that and then get a new stat on there. That's interesting. Okay. Augment gear. How does this work then? Select material. Okay, we don't have any augmentation material. Do we have augment? I don't know how that mechanic works then. Maybe there's something we need to find? I don't know.
You can use Kaleido to alter the attributes of your items.
That's what I was expecting as well.
There's no telling what attributes you'll get. Transmutation is an ongoing area of study for me. You can use Kaleido to transfer abilities from one item to another.
Oh!
Just bring me the items you want enhanced, as well as the items you'll be using as materials. Make sure the materials are at least as good as the items you're enhancing, or you might end up disappointed with the outcome.
Wait, then what other materials? I'm kind of confused. Yeah, I'm not fully sure on how that system works. I might have to look that one up. We don't have enough. Wait, we should, actually no, I should be able to sell a bit of gear and get another level from that.
What's wrong with you?
What's wrong with you? Get rid of that one. What's some of the gear I have here? Wait, Nomad. Do I have a Nomad chest piece? No, that might be a new one, actually. That's new. Get rid of that. Butcher's leggings. I reckon that's new. And Wanderers. I have a Wanderers. Is that better? It is. Mark that one. Okay, that should be enough tier level. I'm pretty sure. Brody, you know what Eric Raymond is doing now? I'm aware of this dude, and that he's a FOSS pioneer, but I don't know where he is now. Isn't he just, like, shitposting on Twitter? Or am I thinking of another FOSS founder? I may be thinking of someone else. I don't remember. I know one of those... I know, like, at least one of those early FOSS people are just, like, shitposting on Twitter now. I feel like it might be Eric S. Raymond. So maybe, do I get the item from the blacksmith, maybe?
Oh, look at that. A new design. Let's take a look.
Fallen Lord. Okay, so now I should be able to... Wait, so what am I currently equipped with? Can I see what... Ah, there we go. We can see the version that I currently have equipped. Okay, so we can craft a higher tier version now. Right, okay. It's not like even that much better, but it is going to have 2 random attributes, so it is going to roll better stats anyway. And we can't equip it from this menu, sadly. That's annoying. So now we should be able to go into a gear. Do that. Perfect. That one. And if we go in here, dismantle that gear, we should have enough to get the next, or the last piece of the set. Theoretically. Wait, why did I not change the gauntlet I have? Oh, I locked it, but I didn't change it. Okay, sure. Dismantle. Wait, no. We can go and craft. Craft sets. Slayer, and then the better boots. They're not a ton better. But it's still enough to, like... I would say it's still worth it for the extra stats. We rolled defense on that, so it basically has, like, double the defense it would have had before. Honestly, it probably doesn't even matter really that much, like, rolling gear until endgame. Like, in a lot of games like this, you can kind of just, like, wing yourself through the game with just whatever gear you find. And I would expect it to be the case here as well. Also, if you just don't get hit, you can't die. So, you know.
If you've got the materials, I can make just about anything. Ask anyone you want, they'll tell you. My skills are among the best on the continent. Leave it to me. I'll craft something impressive for you. After all, it's your gear we're talking about here. You deserve the best.
Thank you.
If you dismantle gear, you may find some useful materials.
I thought I already did this part of the
gear
dialogue.
gather dust. Bring them to me. Bringing new life to worthless gear. One hammer swing at a time.
I see a glowy set of armor.
Check out the stand over there and pick whatever catches your eye. I can tweak it to look just the way you want. Don't worry, this only changes how it looks.
Oh my god, it's a
It'll work
transmog
exactly
system.
The same as before.
Oh my god, we have a transmog system. Okay, so we can just equip whatever... Yeah, we can use whatever gear we want and get the look of whatever we want. But we don't have to be using that gear. Oh, thank you. I kind of wish there was an option for no helmet. What do I want to go? So, I want to use something that shows his face. Definitely not that. The fake Viking helmet. You know, I think that works. I was not expecting the game to have a fashion system. But you know what? I will happily accept. No Arch Linux socks. Sadly, no Arch Linux socks. Ooh, do I want to go Slayer or... Nah, I think we go with that one. And then as the shoes... Slayer... I think Slayer works. Yeah, there we go. Look at this absolute Giga Chad. Is there a different spear look I want to use? Honestly, I'm kind of good with the formless spear. That is a Jesus Christ, that is a look.
Lord Pavel played a lot. It's the only
Yeah, I listened to all that already.
This can't go on.
How's the Go thing going? Pretty good. I've been slowly working through things. I had to do like a bit of a rework of how my state machine was working for some of the like... I think it was for wall jumping that I wasn't happy with. Honestly, the thing that's gonna... I think the thing is going to eventually bog me down. Like, once I have the core mechanics for that done, is learning exactly how I want to jump to feel. Sort of going and digging through different, like, what do you call it? Like different maths to do the jumping, different maths to do the gravity, things like that.
Someone made it to the realm of the living. They seem to have a lot of faith in you.
Like, I'm going to spend a lot of time dicking around with that.
Now that you're part of the Netherworld, you can access my codex. It tracks every enemy you've defeated. It responds to Netherworld energy and remembers every battle you fought. You can revisit these battles in a special space within this book. And in that space, you will be able to...
I don't know, just, like, I want to get the core stuff done and then go back and tweak things later. Like, get the core system in place, get the, you know, the movement, the enemy feel down, and then go back and, like, really tweak stuff.
Mortal, thanks to the work you did in Embers, you are now able to summon the spirit of advocacy. To do this, you need a lacrima of circulation. Defeat the Revenant of Adversity to get one. Bring it to me, and I'll make the spirit of advocacy even stronger.
So, like, this is going to be a very slow work in progress for a long time. As I said before, when I eventually get it to a point where it's somewhat competent, I will show it off on stream. Maybe I do want to do, like, a pre-alpha when it gets to a point I am somewhat happy with the core. Like, I want to do, like, a pre-alpha playground where you can kind of get a feel for, like, how the movement works, right? To see if, like, things are going in a sensible direction. I did see something amusing yesterday. If you go through, like, the Godot subreddit, the indie gaming subreddit, you'll always see people saying, hey, here's my game. I've worked on it for 3 years. Should I go full-time on the game? And you look at the game, sometimes it's something super cool. It's like, I saw this one where it's like it's a puzzle game, but each of the sections of the map are puzzle pieces, and you can flip the puzzle pieces upside down, and by doing so, get to a secondary level of the map. So there's like a front and a back, and if you flip, you can like walk behind the map. Like a really cool idea. Something like that, I'm like, yeah, you know, if you think you're far enough along and you think it's gonna go well, like, yeah, if, like, I would not tell someone to not, or it's hard to tell someone to pursue something like that, but at the same time, like, that, they're in a position where they may actually do something that get somewhere. Then you have the people where you look at the game they have and you're like, this is literally Terraria. You have just made Terraria. Maybe think more about this one. Or, like, you look at it and it's literally just Hollow Knight. It is Hollow Knight clone number 30. And hey, some of them do well. Some of the Hollow Knight clones are really fucking good. At the same time, though, when you're just making a clone of another game, it's really hard to stand out. Like, we are not in 2010 anymore, where, you know, there's not that many indie games. I forgot what the number of games that are released every day is, but it's some stupid number. Why did my chat disconnect again? Maybe those better make mods. Wait, maybe those better make mods for Hollow Knight or Terraria. Sorry, I'm not. Maybe those better make. Or maybe those would. Wait. Sorry, either my brain is dying or that sentence doesn't make sense. Probably a bit of both. Error 404. Maybe those better make... Wait, did he just follow me up the ladder? Like, there's nothing wrong with like, if you like that as an idea, there's nothing wrong with pursuing it. But at the same time, right, like, there's so many games like it that standing out becomes really difficult. Maybe those developers better make mods for Hollow Terraria. Oh, that's okay. Right, that's what you mean. Well, in a lot of cases, like, they would do far better off doing that. Like, their project would get a lot more attention by doing so. Brody, help. I had a long day at the bedroom office. The bedroom office. Is that just your bedroom? It is just my bedroom. Yeah, okay, fair enough. That's what I thought. Woo! That almost killed me. What's been going on in the life of Richie? But I do have a basement office as well. Which one is more pleasant to work in? Screen reader debugging all day. Oh god. Well, you're in pleasant company then. We have, I don't know if he's still here, but Aaron, the person who was writing those what do you call it? Those accessibility posts, just been chilling in the chat for the past couple of hours. Touching grass versus basement dwelling. I feel so bad for him. Wait, you're aggroed? How are you aggroed? I have a migraine. Ooh, that's fun. My eyes are bloodshot. That's especially fun. Touching grass versus basement dwelling. Choose your favorite activity. Basements aren't really a thing in Australia. Well, okay. Sorry. They are, but in a very specific context. There is a town where everything is underground. They build like houses into the ground. So technically I guess technically that's a basement. But also not really. Basement's not really a thing in Egypt either. I do wonder why they developed as a thing in the US. Because they seem like really common there. Anyway, bedroom of the most pleasant since has the giant bravia? What is a bravia? I've not heard that word before. Oh, sorry. Okay. So I thought there was like some weird thing I hadn't heard of. It's a TV. Okay. One of the ones with the with an XMB for its settings UI. Ah, right. It's the best monitor I've ever used because I can actually read it. That's cool. Right, I feel like, I don't know if you told me about it or someone else told me about it, but I definitely did hear about a TV that makes use of the XMB menu. I kind of wish that Sony brought that back. XMB was nice.
I will carve my victory upon your
Yeah, maybe you're the one who showed me the picture. Had the TV for a while, but only started using it as a monitor a few weeks ago. What made you decide all of a sudden? Because I would imagine whatever solution you had before was going fine. Because you were using like a big TV with Zoom before. I got tired of my parents interrupting me in voice calls. Fair enough, yeah. Fair enough. Because you had like a 4K TV before, I remember. At least that's what's ringing a bell to me. I have 2 4K monitors downstairs, not TVs, but one of them is a smart monitor. Okay, right. By the way, have you seen Huawei's Harmony OS for desktops? I saw Sam Time's video on it, and that's pretty much it. Besides that, I have literally no idea about it. Okay, so that's a path we can go. Wait, hold up. Is that not the way we got here? Oh, no, that is. Oh, I just didn't even notice what the enemy looked like before. Wonder if he's... Can he get over here with his aggro? I don't think he can. We got a new desktop OS. New desktop OS. It's Chrome OS. It's Chrome OS. Just much like Huawei's other operating system, that was Android. They totally said was not Android. It's Chrome OS.
Who dares awaken the spirit of the
But yeah, there is a fun bug in Access Kit where if you send an image description on an accessibility node, Orca reads the description twice. Oh, that's fun. So I assign a description of the end is never. It says the end is never, the end is never. Oh, great. Working exactly as intended. Let's... I'm basically in perpetual moonlight stance right now. How did I get that timing? I will take it. Oh, I thought that was a thing. No, it's not. Oh, it actually controls the Oh, the trigger press. Okay, the trigger press was actually different in this game. Interesting. Huh. I learned a lot of accessibility programming. 99% of it is why. Well, my answer is, why not? That's basically how it goes. Why the fuck not? Oh! Okay, I understand how this worked, but why doesn't it work? The answer to that is... I'm gonna say... 20 years of basically no accessibility development, and then kind of just making it work in the recent years. That's pretty much it. Things have been broken for a long fucking time, so now that people are trying to put it back together, good luck, basically. It's not no, it's just very little. But I am happy that people are taking it seriously, at least as of late. Because, yeah, for a long time, it really did seem like nothing was gonna... Like, nothing was gonna come out of this problem. Wait, how are you not aggroed? He got aggroed immediately before. Could I just thrust him? I could. Yep, that worked perfectly, actually. And they just have no idea what to do. Perfect. And then boom! Thank you! The mess that is the Linux desktop. For many, many reasons. Accessibility is just one of them. One of probably way too fucking many, though.
I accept your challenge.
Really? If I got hit in like a fraction of a second earlier, I wouldn't have got that hit. I wouldn't have been hit there. Pain. So I reckon what I'm gonna do with reacts is I'm already committed to getting no fucking sleep tomorrow as well. So I'm going to be up for Summer Games Fest. So it won't start at the time we started today, but it'll start like an hour later. So 6:30, 6:15-ish a.m. my time. And we will just hope and pray that we get some good games. If we don't, though, I will catch up on some of the reacts that I've kind of missed over the past couple of days anyway. What was the verdict on the PoE thing? They added a daily system that I don't really vibe with. So in the current league, there's a thing called shipments. Basically, you have a town, you gain crops, you gain ore, things like that, and you can send out boats. Now, if you're not sending out boats constantly, it basically feels like you're you're losing free currency, right? So it basically acts as a daily system, and a lot of people don't like it. A lot of people just didn't want the system to be returned. They wanted all the rest of the stuff back, but just not shipments. Shipments they just add more busy work in the game. And if you already don't have a ton of time to play the game anyway, it just feels annoying to have an extra thing that you just don't want to interact with. But if you don't interact with, it just feels like you're losing out on it entirely, right? Right, like, PoE, normally... Let me give you a graphic. Just don't feel upset? Sure, you can just not feel upset about it. I get it. But I'll show you why it's a problem. When GIMP decides it wants to open. The joys of Flatpak. Hello? Hello? Boop, 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 boop. Oh, come back. There we go. Hello, GIMP. Hello. you got filtered. Wait, do I already have GIMP open somewhere? Oh, I might already have... No. Is it segfolding? Wait, I'm actually confused. It might actually just be crashing. No, it's not. I must have had it opened on like a separate workspace somewhere. Is Lil Bro bad? Yes. I find it really annoying. Okay. Yes, sure. We'll have a yellow background. So, okay. This is how PoE normally works. So, we have the campaign. This is something everybody has to do. So, campaign here. Then you go into mapping. And this is something everybody has to do. Then when you're in mapping, normally you would have, like, Bestiary, Harbinger, Betrayal, Delve, Sanctuary, Rogue Exiles, Strongboxes, some other random mechanic that I'm blanking on. And these are all like different routes that you can go, right? You can just play one of these mechanics, and it's actually optimal in PoE to like hyper focus into a single mechanic. So all of these are like different directions you can go. But now we have shipments, where it's like another system that you kind of feel like you have to interact with. And that's, like, as much as like, it just feels like, this is the worst way I can draw this graphic, by the way. Absolute worst way. But, like, it just feels like more busy work that's going on. That's sort of, like, the main point. And you can say, just, like, don't be worried about it. I get that. But at the same time, like, PoE's a game where it's sort of all about getting as much currency as possible, getting as much gear as, like, getting your gear as good as possible. So if you're not interacting with what effectively amounts to a required system, like, you're just kind of leaving, gear on the table. Peak teaching skills, I know, right? Yeah, you're kind of just like leaving. It's like you're leaving a $10 bill on the table because you don't want to. You don't want to interact with like one little thing. But the problem is when it, like, PoE already has so many other required systems. So another required system on top of it just, it doesn't feel good. And it would be one thing if it was a required system, like is the case with, like, the new... I guess it's not really required. You can ignore it if you want to. Like the new endgame bosses. Like, that's part of the progression system. But it's something sort of, like, on your way. It's, like, not something you go out of your way to do. So it's a bit different. Also, everyone loves bosses. Okay, maybe not everyone. Most people love bosses. Yeah, the reason why I blocked Lil Bro is when I was playing Wukong, we had some people in here who were constantly fucking spamming it. And they kept coming back on alt accounts and just generally being really fucking annoying. So I ended up just banning the word. Or I guess banning the phrase. It's like it's like my stream, right? Like I don't need to deal with people just insulting me. Why are there spiders again? I'm assuming we can't get on that bridge. Is that an insult? It feels like a... It feels like a condescending way to, like... How would be the best way to put it? Like, people tend to use it in, like, as a condescending way to refer to someone, right? I think that's the best way to put it. I don't know, different people feel differently about different words. But that's how I generally feel about it. But there's plenty of other things I do keep around anyway that I just don't... I just find Lil Bro especially annoying. I guess... what would be a good comparison? I guess it's kind of like someone constantly referring to you as, like, a kid when you've just turned, like, 18 or 19, right? At least the way it tends to be used in a Twitch chat, it usually is being used as an insult. Again, not everyone, right? Like, there are some people that don't mean it like that. But I think it's just easier to not have the phrase. Oh my god, okay. We're good. We're good. Ooh! Man-eating spider scroll. Allows Black Myth to craft Devourer of Darkness set. I don't really use that set much, but I guess I'll take it. Should be fine to go here? Yeah. Sure, that's a bit different, right? Sure, if you're talking like that's a like phrases mean different things in different contexts. You know what? Here's a good example, right? If you're talking about something having yellow skin, like, depending on the context you're talking about there, like, that means something entirely different. If you're talking about a banana, and you're talking about a person, like, those are, like, entirely different meanings of that phrase. I guess we can go... I guess we'll go this way. Can you not bonk me? What, is he just walking away? Okay, maybe not. What about a banana person? What about... Okay. Bananas in pajamas are a different context altogether as well. Fair point. How the hell do you get up there? I saw there was an... Yeah, there's an item up there. What the f... Okay, that can take you over to that side. Huh. Banana... Wait, do you not know what bananas in pajamas is? Is this, like, is this an Australian... Wait, hold up. Maybe this is an Australian thing. Maybe this might be, like, incredibly Australian. Yeah, it's made by the Australian Broadcasting Network. Okay, hold up. Let me show you bananas in pajamas. Not modern banana. No, we want classic. We want classic bananas in pajamas. Okay, that's a horribly compressed image. But we'll zoom in on it. Here we go. Bananas in pajamas. It is an Australian TV show that was often aired just before, like... It would be aired at, like, 8 p.m. It was like a show that is played just before kids go to bed. I didn't realize this was incredibly Australian. Bananas in pajamas. What's it about? It's about bananas in pajamas. I don't remember, actually. I honestly could not tell you a single thing that happens in it. I don't tend to sit around watching shows made for literal children. So I don't exactly remember. It was actors in banana costumes. Wait, hold up. I don't know if I'll get DMCA'd for this. Should be fine. Surely. Oh my god, the fucking nostalgia there. I don't know how much of this I can play without getting DMCA'd.
Bananas in pajamas are coming down the stairs.
Oh my.
Bananas in pajamas are coming down in pairs. Bananas in pajamas are chasing teddy bears. 'Cause on Tuesdays they all try to catch them unawares.
Oh my lord.
One sparkling new day, the sun was gently nudging awake everyone in Cuddles Avenue.
What the hell? Classic Australian kids TV.
But there are always a couple of characters who need a little extra help to wake up. Sometimes they need a little extra help.
Let's skip ahead a bit. Here are the bananas.
Here we go round the mulberry bush, the mulberry bush, the mulberry bush. Here we go round the mulberry bush so early in the morning. This is the way we wash our face, wash our face.
Oh my god. Yeah, I've seen this episode.
We wash our face so early in the morning. This is the way we comb our hair, comb our hair.
The hair of a banana.
But bananas don't have any hair.
True.
Oh, silly me be too. This is the way we brush our teeth, brush our teeth, brush our teeth.
Bananas don't have teeth either. Yeah, it was basically... It's, you know, normal kid sort of... It's like basic kid lesson stuff. Like, we brush our teeth like this. We comb our hair. We listen to our parents. We go to bed on time. You know, normal things that kid shows are usually about. Teaching kids to, like, you know, listen to, like, you know, how to behave in the world and be a normal person. It was basically... It's basically akin to Bluey today, right? But I guess this one didn't escape Australia. I know, bananas in pajamas. Pretty sure that cured half my migraine from the laughing. Seems like an interesting migraine cure, but hey, if it worked, good for you. They aired in the morning? They aired in the morning? Maybe I'm thinking of something else that aired at night. Well, I don't know. I don't remember. Again, it's been... I don't tend to make it a habit to watch Bananas in Pajamas anymore. Another thing that I watched a lot as a kid, I don't know if this escaped... If this escaped my region as well. Bob the Builder. Are we aware of Bob the Builder? Bob the Builder. Bob the Builder is here too. I watched that. Yes, I know Bob the Builder. Okay, good. Bob the Builder is... I am pretty sure that was my favorite show growing up as a kid. Yeah! Okay, that... I'm surprised that made it all the way there as well. Bob the Builder. Can we fix it, Bob the Builder? No, it's fucked! I'm surprised that made its way. I'm surprised that made its way to America. That seems like a very very Australian way to handle to do anything with a kid's song. I don't remember that version. Well, it wasn't exactly official. I thought that was a British TV show until a few years ago. If you want to see something fucking cursed, go look up modern Bob the Builder. Because they completely changed the animation style, and it's not even remotely the same thing anymore. Just for anyone who doesn't feel like he looks American. Let me show you for anyone who doesn't feel like looking it up. Bob the Builder. Oh, this is a great comparison. On the left, we have Bob the Builder. Oh, I was wondering what was happening there. And on the right, we have John Bob the Builder. OG was claymation, right? I'm gonna say yes. It's either claymation or animation intended to look like claymation, but I'm pretty sure it was claymation. Anyone here seen Fireman Sam? Ooh, that's another one. This is another one which was kind of ruined with a redesign. Is that like Postman Pat? It honestly might be made by the same people. Like with a name that similar, I wouldn't be surprised if it's if it's owned by the same company. I miss old school Thomas the Tank Engine. I do as well. I wasn't like a big Thomas fan. Bob the Builder was my main thing. Actually, no. Okay, to be fair, I had two things. Bob the Builder and Judge Judy. I don't know why, but I watched a lot of Judge Judy as a kid. I've never watched Judge Judy. What's funny is I didn't know Bob the Builder. They didn't air that here. Really? Huh. And the People's Court of Judge Joe Brown. That one never made its way here. Bro, do you like Fireman Sam as well? I definitely... If I had to say if I liked Fireman Sam or Postman Pat more, I would say I definitely watched a lot more Postman Pat. I don't know how we get that. Is it like something I have to hit, maybe? Because there's a ledge there, but I don't know how to get to the ledge. Unless we, like, jump off of that? I guess maybe that could be it. Also, Jerry Springer. I only found out about that as an adult. That was not a thing that I had here. Is chat lagging? Chat's always lagging. Great. Yeah. I kind of feel bad for kids today with the shows they grow up with. Like you look at the animation in kids shows now, and it's like, you know, with the exception of Bluey. Bluey is like a prime exception. Most kids shows, like, what made a good kids show is it's something the parents don't want to fucking kill themselves when it's turned on. But you don't really have that much anymore. Like, yes, you have Bluey, but that's basically it. What was my first video game? The first console I owned was a PS2, and the first game I played on that was Spyro Enter the Dragonfly. The worst Spyro game ever made. So far. But the first game I ever played, that's kind of hard to say. Because I know I played some like Atari game at like a family friend's house, but I don't think that was my first game. I don't actually know. Because my memory back then is kind of messy, and I don't know what happened, like what happened when. Because it could be something like Microsoft Flight Simulator on like Windows 98. But I don't actually know. Because I know I definitely played a game before I had my first console. Actually, wait. Maybe. Hold up. What's the Lego game that everyone cares about? Like, you know the game Lego Island. No, not Star Wars. Lego Island. It might be Lego Island. Because I do remember my school had Lego Island installed on the computers. Oh, okay. On the computer. So we had computers in the library, but in the class we had a single computer. And I'm pretty sure that had Lego Island installed. So maybe it was Lego Island. I bought the original Lego Star Wars on Steam for nostalgia. I think the only version of Lego Island I've actually played was the original versions on the PS2. But yeah, it's either Lego Island. If it's not that, it maybe Microsoft Flight Simulator. Like those are my guesses. But at the same time, I had a friend who had a PS2 and had a PS1. So maybe I'd go into his place and played like Rayman or something. Like the first Rayman game. I honestly could not tell you what my first game is. I wish I knew. I know the first game I owned. That I know. When I got my PS2, I had Myth Kart Racer and I had Spyro Enter the Dragonfly. I just lost 30k. Fuck. Great. Ooh, that's a pretty good start. Myth Kart Racer is not a good... Is it called Myth Kart Racer? Is that what it was? Maybe it was something else. Mythmaker Superkart GT. That's what it was. Yeah, that's the game. It's awful. Fucking horrendous. Let me show you the gameplay. Apparently got a release on the Wii as well. We should play it. No, like, it's actually, like, really bad. What's the worst movie you've ever seen? That's a fucking tough one.
See, when we start up, it has the cover. Now, in all seriousness, this game is not the worst I've ever played. 2D loading screen, and then you can select between multiple save files. You have the options to be very simple. This is how you're pressing.
I don't care about the Wii controls.
More characters as you unlock more stars. Selected to be Saint Nick himself. That's right, the Claus of Clauses, Santa Claus. Now, for some reason, I'm Santa Claus on a go-kart, and I'm racing. Honestly, if I had to rate this game just on this scene alone,
like, it's the most bare bones,
solid 10 out of 10.
Like kart race you've ever seen.
Apparently, we're just practicing by racing a scary witch lady while dressed as Santa Claus, and also bumping into every nearby object we can see. The controls are rough, to say the least, and if you go the wrong way long enough, it just teleports you back to where you are. No Mario Kart guy in the cloud, just back to start.
Like, keep in mind, this is the same generation that had... What was the Crash Racing PS2? Tag Team Racing. Same generation that had fucking Tag Team Racing. No, I want to see the racing game. It also had the first Sonic Riders game. Now, people will meme on Sonic Riders, don't get me wrong, but I do like Sonic Riders. Also, Jack X, yes. Jack X is a fucking good game. Holy... Man, like, I remember when there was, like, a meme that every series becomes a kart racer at some point. But, like, in Jack's case, it was a fucking good car racer. It being a combat racing game made so much, like lore sense. Because they'd already set up the driving sequences in Jak 3. So it was just an extension of Jak 3. And it was so much better. Wait, we can get here. We can get here. That doesn't really help us, though. I still don't have any idea how to get that thing. Every platforming mascot character must have their kart racer for some reason. Yeah, for sure. Especially back then. I do miss the PS2 era of racing games, because there was a lot of companies that were being, like, very experimental. Like, nowadays, when you deal with... Like, the only experimental racing games nowadays are from indie companies, right? Like, where are the... Where is our modern combat racer? Like, everyone's like, oh, I want to be fucking Forza. I want to be... I want to be, like, Gran Turismo. Like, how about we just make a fun video game? I don't know, man. But in the indie space, you do have a lot of fun stuff. You have things like JDM Drift. You have CarX Street, BeamNG. Assetto Corsa. And even like Assetto Corsa and BeamNG, like they're going for more realistic. Like, even so, they still have their, like, a place there. I miss Full Auto 2 Battle Lines. I don't recognize that one. And, like, even with the AAA racing games, right? Like, even the ones that are trying to be, like, realistic games. Like, where is something like Forza Motorsport 4? Where, yeah, it's, like... It's a more... Like, it's, you know, trying to be a simcade racer. But, like, you can take a fucking... BMW 2002 and take it up to, like end game racing with stupid upgrades to it. Wait, I think I have Motorsport 4. Like, Gran Turismo has its place because Gran Turismo is its own thing. But you don't have to keep making Gran Turismo. Like, you can do other things. I have 2 or 4. I got it at a yard sale. Blur. That one's ringing a bell. I said it before, but I do think the limitation of old hardware really did breed creativity in the AAA studios. And obviously, you still have that creativity with indie games, right? Because they need to stand out from the crowd. But especially the, like, established franchise AAA games, they just kind of keep doing the same thing over and over again. And, like, the limitation you have with indie games is, well, you can't exactly make a game that is as realistic as Forza or Gran Turismo when it's, like, 3 dudes, right? Like, you've got to have different priorities when you have a limitation of, like, team and time and money. But AAA games don't have any limitations. Like, if they... Like a fucking Call of Duty game, right? Like, what's the budget on a Call of Duty game? How, like, I don't know, $100 million? Like, effectively, you don't have a limitation when you're dealing with a budget like that, right? And a lot of that budget ends up going into marketing. Oh, it's a chest. How the fuck do we get that? Huh. A lot of it goes into music licensing. That's also true. Well, that's the interesting thing with GTA. Like, if you go play the PC releases of every GTA game, like, the old games get patched, like, they have their, like, their soundtracks patched out. I think, like, GTA 5 is missing, like, a quarter of its radio, something like that. And it's even worse with the older games. Fuck, I've been streaming since, like, fucking 5:15 this morning. We're not going to do React today. We've already been going for 6 hours. So, I'll save that for tomorrow. I might do some React tomorrow after we watch Summer Games Fest. Let me just double check what time Summer Games Fest is. Wait. Does it start earlier than I thought it did? Hold up. Watch event. What? Wait, I'm actually confused now. Hold up. Starting in 10 hours. That doesn't sound right. What is that? PT. Pacific time. That is 2 p.m. Pacific time. What do you mean starting in 10 hours? That's not 10 hours away. That would be like 16 hours away. What? We don't know what it has because, yeah, their clock here is wrong. It's 18 hours away. Oh, it starts at 6 a.m. Wait, they don't even... Hold up. Okay, I mean, they probably start like a countdown at 6 a.m. then. Right. What is Summer Game Fest? It's basically E3. This is, like, Summer Games Fest has basically become E3 now. My hope is we see, like, Kingdom Hearts 4, we see some Silk Song, but we'll find out. We will certainly find out. Yeah, so the plan... Silver Song and Radio... Ooh, you're a Radio X enjoyer. I do like Radio X. So, at this stage, I will be live again. Probably... What is that? Like... Probably like 1:45 p.m. PT. Whatever that is. Yeah, something like that. I like how there's 3 different times here. This starts in 10 hours. This starts in 18 hours. This starts in 18 and a half hours. This starts in 18 hours. Beautiful. Incredible. Anyway, that's going to be it for today. So, thank you guys for showing up. I'll probably upload the Path of Exile segment on the React channel. Yeah. And hey, let's all cope together for Summer Games Fest and hope it's fucking better than State of Play, cuz holy shit, State of Play was fucking awful. Okay, it was kind of mid. It wasn't awful, but it was like just State of Play is State of Play. I don't even know why I bother watching anything from State of Play. It's always just nothing. Anyway, catch you guys later. Enjoy the rest of the day. All the fun stuff. I don't know if anyone's streaming, actually. Let's find out. Oh, Nova and Pulse is streaming. We'll send you guys over there. Playing Sonic Heroes. Fucking based choice. So, catch you guys. Wait, let me bring up the thing so I can close the stream. Catch you guys next time.